the board, I don't even know if the board was actually a game or not. It's just the beginning of a quest, if you'd like to call it
Right.
that. And we have to find the clues and put it together. So
What are your plans for next maybe 2 years, 3 years for Krida?
definitely look at more and more traditional games.
Mm-hmm.
There are many, many more. We're doing a lot of research. Interestingly, I think your previous speaker was from Orissa, and I'm actually traveling to Orissa this afternoon because I'm working on a project there. And we're doing a lot of research on the games from Orissa. Uh, I found that a strange coincidence that the previous speaker was from Orissa. It'll be wonderful to connect with the Varam in Bhubaneswar if possible. And yeah, so looking at many more board games, many more traditional games. We also have a bunch of games which we have created, which are not traditional but anchored in tradition. Hoping to see many more of those. I think also different types of use for our games, using them more in the corporate sector, in education, in special ed. So we are working on a bunch of initiatives which hopefully will bear fruit in the years to come.
Who do you consider to be your close competitors, Sunita? If there are any?
Um, I
At
don't
least
look
the
at
Indian bread.
competition. Two, three things. There are a couple of brands who work on games, traditional games, but games. I mean, this is not the work of a single individual. If we have to protect our games for future generations, everyone has to do it. You need to talk about it. You need to go home and say, you know what, talk to your grandma and find out what games you play, bring it to your family. This has to be. So I don't look at it as competition. I just look at it as I have a job to do. The market is large.
Maybe a broadening of the entire ecosystem.
The ecosystem, absolutely. The market is broad. The people are there. We need to bring the games to them.
One very interesting question that has come to my mind, Vinita, since I've spent about 26 years in the corporate and of which about last 12 years were with Deloitte, and I heard you say corporates, right, getting interested in, your product or your services. How do you think you can combine or, develop a product or an offering or a service for Indian corporates, uh, wherein they can take that to their training rooms or classrooms?
We are already doing that. We work with a couple of trainers. In fact, my book, which was published last year, is about life lessons from traditional games. And you coming from corporate, you'll understand when I say I've divided the book broadly into three aspects: strategy, synergy, and survival. And how these lessons emerge, and within them, subdivisions of goal setting, team building, leadership training, decision making, and what have you, and how many of these emerge through our traditional games. I've been doing a lot of research on this, and this book is a result of many, many years of research.
Okay. So corporates are already your clients. As
we are working with them, and many of some trainers are using them. We are doing that. There's a trainer in Chennai called Pradeep Chakravarti who's used our games fairly extensively in training.
Very nice. Very nice. It was wonderful, wonderful learning about this. Anything else that you would like to say from your end?
Love to hear about games people played. If anyone knows games they've played, they'd like to share their experiences, or they'd like to share stories of games they've played or games they've played which they believe we may not know, do reach out to us. I'm available on across social media platforms. You could reach me there or email me. Love to hear how people played. It's not just about, I know a new game to tell you. It's how they played, how games influenced lives, how they impacted people, what role did they play, and therefore what is their relevance today. So, this is all part of the research we do. We actually have a traveling journal that's floating around the world where people are documenting how they used to play. So if anyone would like to, get the journal, document their thoughts, do reach out to us. And as we say in our office, come let us Krida today.
Wonderful. That's good. So thank you so much.
You.
That was Vinita, the accidental entrepreneur with her wonderful, wonderful company, Frida. Amazing products, amazing services. Vinita, thank you for all that you're doing for
Thank
us.
you.
And I wish you a very, very happy Women's Day once again. And I wish Frida a very successful, even more successful and brighter future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and happy Women's Day to everyone out there. It's taken me 20 years, and I'm sure we'll all get there in our passions sooner or later. All the best to everyone out there. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Thank you for joining.
Bye.
Bye bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We work in reviving the textiles of northern Karnataka, especially Khana and Ilkal saris. These were textiles that have been known in the history of northern Karnataka from the Chalukyan Empire, but somehow due to the advent of power loom and because of polyester and art silks, it was completely devalued as a craft. So our aim is to revive these textiles, rejuvenate them, use traditional processes for each of our sari weaving, and ensure that the weavers are paid, and not just the weavers but all the ancillary activity artisans that are involved in the processes are fairly paid, or in fact more than fairly paid for their work and for the craftsmanship, and that's what we represent here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
This organization is called Kumau Earthcraft. We are coming from Uttarakhand, and we have a group of women weavers, it's a women's cooperative, and we have brought this collection here at Hyderabad, where it's all totally organic, sustainable, and natural dyed. And what the collection we have here is, if you can see, we have brought in saris with all natural dyes. We have stoles, linen, silk, and we have different materials with shawls, and it is made up of linen, silks, wool, and it is locally sourced and produced within that Uttarakhand region. Our owner Rashmi Bharati ji is taking care of this organization, and we have a lot of women weavers who are associated, who works with the organization. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
I work with Odisha weavers. I'm based out of Bhubaneswar, and I work on revival sarees of Odisha weaves. As a designer, I work on reviving and preserving designs which are heritage design, and creating contemporary designs which are suitable for the current market. In the process, we provide sustainable livelihood to many weavers and home-based women workers. So it has been a small attempt, but through this, the entire process of creating, designing has been very, very exciting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We have come from Bangalore, and come with this collection of saris, hand woven fabrics like kotas, linens, and a few chanderis here. All are printed, either hand block printed from Jaipur, or basically we keep pastel colors. We work on pastel colors and natural fabrics, and we keep florals as a theme. So this is perfect for the coming summer, and I hope all of you enjoy.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Impact Hub has been very supportive in this entire journey for Buddy, in making connects and making available in different formats. And most importantly, Buddy has a complete tech module built supporting the operations and the entire journey that we follow. So we have a B2C booking app that we've created where the online bookings takes place, and also we have a fleet management software where the entire operations of vehicles and the entire management of inventory takes place on the back end. Through Impact Hub, we've been able to make better connects and better reach into the market. And we are aiming to provide our SaaS model into the European market as well to different logistics companies and also different players in the segment.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Impact Hub has been very supportive in this entire journey for Buddy, in making connects and making available in different formats. And most importantly, Buddy has a complete tech module built supporting the operations and the entire journey that we follow. So we have a B2C booking app that we've created where the online bookings takes place, and also we have a fleet management software where the entire operations of vehicles and the entire management of inventory takes place on the back end. Through Impact Hub, we've been able to make better connects and better reach into the market. And we are aiming to provide our SaaS model into the European market as well to different logistics companies and also different players in the segment.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today, having come to this session, it was very, very insightful and a lot of learning on the ESG parameters, rating scales. Given the current situation of where, ESG, looking at ESG is inevitable, I think we start off on this path that towards, more sustainable, more renewable future. I think that is what we are all aiming to be. And at LGT also works with a similar sort of a theme in mind where they're very, very passionate about climate change and sustainable development goals. We take the entire gamut very seriously. So looking forward to learning more from Impact Hub and getting associated in any meaningful manner.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So today we talk about sustainability a lot. It's probably a buzzword. So it simply means that to meet our needs without compromising on our future generations. So today here we are to make sure we Impact Hub as a team follows that ecosystem, make your startups connect with different nations, spread your wings. And I here in Hyderabad as part of Impact Hub member take care of all the sales and sales strategies. So if you have any queries, please do contact us. We are here to make a footprint in future generations.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
All right, Carmen, we are here in Hyderabad. What are we even doing here? Who are we?
Yeah, good question. We are Tomorrow, and we are a consulting service provider. So we are doing ESG consulting with 100% ESG focus. And why are we here in Hyderabad? Today we had a little workshop to raise the awareness of the topic ESG, because it will come to India as one of the most pressing issues in the next years, from climate change to social issues. And we will really need to, kickstart maybe the ESG movement in India as well. So Justus, what do you think are the main drivers of ESG in India?
The main drivers, I think, are of regulatory nature and coming from investors all over the world. So even Indian companies that are working with European companies or American companies are pressured by investors or by their clients to disclose more ESG information and to make transparent their sustainability efforts in the environmental, social, and governance sphere. Karen, coming over to you. What are our expectations, or what were our expectations coming here as a small consulting startup from Germany? We are 8 people. What did we expect to find here, and did we find it?
Yes. In fact, it was like we are part of the Impact Hub in Germany, and we had like the opportunity to meet one of our fellow participants in the Impact Hub in Leipzig, who started here the Impact Hub in Hyderabad as a candidate right now, and will soon be turning to a real Impact Hub. And that was one of the reasons we heard a lot about the Indian companies starting with sustainability, starting thinking about all the green and circularity topics. And so we did some own research and discovered that India is really making good progress in that area. And I think it's the right time to come here and to provide all the learnings we have with the European regulations. We know some of them are really a burden to companies, but some of them are really a good start. And to give that knowledge to companies here in India and help them or support them to build their own ESG within their companies. So, Justus, what do you think? Is there a comparison if you compare like Europe's ESG regulations with India's efforts right now? What do you think? What are the pros and cons? What is India making better than Europe and the other way around? So, Justus, if you look at the ESG efforts done in Europe and in India until now, what is your opinion if you compare these two?
Well, I think while Europe has the more comprehensive regulations as of now, and so more companies are obliged to report ESG informations and also quite comprehensive ESG information, India is catching up very, very fast. The largest 1,000 stock listed companies in India are now obliged to publish a certain set of ESG KPIs already, and this will have a trickle down effect throughout all the economy. And I'm sure that in the next few years in India, but also in other international places elsewhere, which is why we are so interested to get to know other legislations outside of the EU and are trying to venture here or to other places. The requirements will still rise, and more companies will be obliged to report ESG information and also develop ESG strategies, which is something we can assist companies with all over the world. What do you think can be our USP when working with Indian companies specifically, but maybe with companies when consulting them with ESG in general?
Yeah, good question. As you mentioned before, we are quite small and we started 2 years ago. So we have to really think about what is the USP. So our competitors are, some part of the time, are the big four, so the big consulting firms worldwide. And of course, they have more resources. But what we can offer our clients, I think, is the most important thing is that we are not like a standard solution we send to them and they should just fill it out. But instead, we care for them individually and we work with them together as partners so that we can find the perfect solution that tailors their needs. And this way, I think we can really have a good case example for our potential clients. I think if you want to build on that, are there other regions, if you think globally, that would be interesting for ESG efforts in the next few years?
So in general, I think what we tried here was to really leverage the impact that the Impact Hub has, the network that they have globally with their locations all over the world. So we have been in Germany, of course, where our headquarters are in Leipzig, are with the Impact Hub actually. We have been to Vienna, we have been to other places already, and now for the first time here in India. And this was really a great opportunity to get to know the Indian market. Now when we are looking at other markets where also Impact Hubs are, the US is of course a large market, the largest polluter of the world, of course. Some African markets could also make sense. And they all face, at least in the initial phase of ESG, similar challenges, I think, that we can help address.
Yeah, I think that was your comparison with the elementary school going to university. So we are now in the global state. We are in the phase of elementary school. So for each of the company, they have the same challenges. They have to report really, really similar KPIs.
Yep.
So with that, I think we can really, really help. Very good, because we're experienced in collecting all the data. And the other field is like the ESG rating. So what's about the ESG ratings, and how can we help with that?
Well, ESG ratings, or ESG rating agencies are the ones that actually evaluate the ESG efforts of companies and then tag a grade to them and say company A is more sustainable than company B. This can be quite unfair sometimes, as it requires companies to report those ESG informations first, or they get a bad rating automatically. And this is something where we can assist with improving the information level so the rating gets better, and also then improving the rating by addressing the specific needs that this rating has. And this is something that we have successfully consulted companies on in the EU and are now looking to do worldwide, as those ESG ratings are something that are applied globally to every company from every sector with the same methodology. We have the methodology, so to say, experience, and can thus help companies the best.
Yes, definitely. I think also that the background we have as founders of the companies really caters to that, because we have, like, on one hand side, from my side, that's the strategic strategy consulting experience. So I can have a better view of what board levels and supervisory boards want from their company and how to communicate with them. And from your perspective, it's the capital markets, right?
Yeah. So I'm coming from investor relations originally, got started in a little firm where I addressed the capital markets needs, first financially, then non-financially. So from an ESG perspective, helping companies get their first ESG reports going. So I think this is something that many Indian companies will have to do in the next years, get this first major step done. First ESG information is gathered, first ESG report done. And this is something where we have the experience in helping companies with.
Definitely. Okay.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Europe's regulations were really a good training, so that we can now use our knowledge of the challenges, of the weaknesses of global ESG efforts to bring them to other countries and to kickstart the ESG efforts everywhere. Because I think ESG is a global issue, but it has to be tackled locally. And for that, we have to stop thinking in silos and start understanding the specific challenges in each part of the world, so that we can raise ESG to the next level altogether.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So currently we're focusing on sustainability, circularity, and helping the startups in scale up to the international markets. So we have very good connects with the Global Impact Hub network, which is spread across 70 plus countries and 130 plus locations. So right now it's chance for the Hyderabad and the Indian ecosystem partners and the players here in the startup ecosystem to join hands with us and help us scale up in the international markets.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It was a great pleasure to be here in Hyderabad today to discuss with the audience on the issue of ESG and see where we can assist companies that are here in India with their ESG efforts. Seeing that we have already worked with multiple clients in Europe with advanced regulations, we think this was the perfect training ground for us to now tackle the Indian market and their needs in terms of ESG, as this will be an ever-growing field that is still developing and where Indian companies will also need assistance in the future. It was a great pleasure to be here today to discuss those issues. We were able to go the whole mile from ESG ratings to ESG analytics and ESG data gathering, and it will be a great pleasure to be back someday soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So when I'm telling candidate, we are just on the finishing stage, taking the baby steps on one front and then finishing off, getting onto the Impact Hub Hyderabad soon on March 18th. And proudly want to say that we are first in India and Hyderabad, here we are. Looking forward for a complementing business with all the startups that are into sustainability, circular economy, and multiple other factors. Let's work together, complement, understand. We are the listening ears. Impact Hub is here. Looking forward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm a social media enthusiast. I take care of branding and marketing at Impact Hub Hyderabad. So I'm looking forward to create an impact and grow together with Impact Hub Hyderabad.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, Carmen and Eustace. Welcome to Hyderabad, India. I know you have experienced a bit in Pune, and you have traveled to Varanasi and Raebareli, both on a professional and also on a personal front. So how do you feel? What are the feelings from you? Just to start this conversation very informally, please go ahead.
In general, India is a lot of good things, a lot of maybe unusual things for us Germans coming from Leipzig 1 month ago, but it's very intense and a great experience that we will probably look back to for pretty much the rest of our lives.
Yeah, I think there have been a lot of first-time experiences while or during our stay here in India. With the 2 months here, it's a long time to experience a lot. And we are pretty sure, and we now have decided that we will come back next year with more time because it's such a great country that we want to see more of it.
Thanks a lot, Justus and Carmen, for your wonderful remarks. I mean, I just wanted to be very straight and very honest, but you gave your thoughts very open. And I'm really very much impressed that you just want to come back to India again, both on a personal front and a professional front. Am I right?
Yes, definitely. So personal front is we've been here for 2 months and we worked all the time. So I have the feeling I want to be back in India to see much more and to have more time, connect with people. And on the professional front, of course, we've seen there was a huge interest today in the workshop. So that was really overwhelming for us. And we see there is a potential and we want to deep dive into that a lot.
I also think the workshop we had today with the help of the Impact Hub candidate in Hyderabad was a great success. Many people coming here, great questions asked, and we got a really good feeling of what the ESG status quo in India is right now. And how dynamic the field is. And this is really promising for us also as a growth opportunity, being the startup that we still are for the future.
Yeah, Carmen and Justus, you have nailed it down. I mean, like, the thing is, from a personal front, you have directly jumped into the professional front. That makes my life easy.
That's German.
That's German. Sometimes it's difficult to have a humor with the Germans. I experience it from my personal life where I'm associated with a German family. So definitely I sometimes stay back a bit with my humor. But nevertheless, you mentioned it, so I have the privilege to do it. So yeah, with that, I mean, like, look, see, it's a wonderful thing to know that you're a startup. It's no more a startup because you're graduated from a startup into a company with close to a double-digit number working for you. So that is something amazing. Here, as Impact Hub Hyderabad, we are also a startup. So we are also the candidate, and we are about to finish our candidate phase. Hopefully by 18th March, we have our interview. And one more important thing I need to really bring here is MyStartupTV. So these guys are amazing. I had the chance of meeting them at an International Startup Foundation retreat on a boat. So they made the boot camp as a boat camp. So this is the versatility of this MyStartupTV. I mean, like, when I look at it, it's a wonderful thing. And I hope this brand goes or stays not just to the Indian audience. I'm also looking if this brand, MyStartup, because we are all in the startup ecosystem, right? And if this MyStartupTV can go into the European context. So how does it happen? Like, what are your feelings, Carmen? Just let me know, and then maybe Justus.
Yes, I think, thank you for sharing the interesting story. I definitely want to hear more about the boat trip afterwards, and how that went. Yeah, for going to a European sphere, I think there's a lot of opportunities for startups because of, I know you're aware of that, of the huge demographic changes in Europe. So we are missing a lot. I think it goes into the millions of skilled workers and of people who want to start a business, because it's something I think the US is far better than we are, and Europe is like more old school. And so for everyone who wants to use the opportunity, it's a good chance to start in Europe as well.
Specifically for MyStartupTV, I think there would be a great business opportunities in Germany right now, because this is actually a niche that is not being played so much in Germany right now. We haven't been interviewed by something similar in Germany right now. So I think this speaks for itself that we now have the opportunity here to share our thoughts or our experiences that we had here in Hyderabad. And for other startups in general, I think there are great opportunities in Europe as well. So it doesn't only go the way that we can assist companies or people here in India, but also, of course, Indian companies can have a lot of opportunities in the German or European markets with the help, for example, of such partners like the Impact Hub candidate in Hyderabad or the Impact Hub network as a whole.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen and the users, for the way they try to bring the realistic picture, like how it could be internationalized, this MyStartupTV. Wonderful. And again, then coming back to, like, hey, what is this Impact Hub Hyderabad in future is going to do? So that is what we want to inform the global network, not just in the Impact Hub community, but also across the world. Like, hey, today's startups will be tomorrow's mature companies. So this is where I see a lot of congruence coming together between these three organizations. So now coming back to Via Tomorrow, I'm really keen to know why you guys used Via Tomorrow. Maybe that, if you can shed light on it in a minute, that would be wonderful, Carmen and Justus.
Sure. So first off, what we did was a very data-based approach to have it in very complicated words. But in general, we ask friends and family to rate specific company names that we had in mind and tell us which one sounded the best for them for an ESG consultancy. So this was the basic approach. And then Via Tomorrow was selected in this list because Via is from the Latin, the way, so to say. So in general, if you translate it a little bit, it's the way into the tomorrow. And we want to be the partners that accompany the companies into the tomorrow, which means a sustainable tomorrow, a socially responsible tomorrow with a great governance. And this is where we see ourselves as the bridge builders and as the accompanying piece to that.
And maybe then, if I may ask, because I think that's relevant for all three of us in the startup sphere, when you are in the startup, so you starting now the Impact Hub candidate, I would be really interested in, because I'm asking that all the other startup founders as well. And it's like, what do you feel like if you begin? I think there's a lot of euphoria, at least for us it was like that, like freedom and own business and proud and everything. And then maybe some doubts come up later on. So if it's really working or not. And what are your strategies to overcome that and to just keep the motivation ongoing later on?
Colonel Vamsi, it would be great if you can, from your perspective, because you have been dealing with the startups for a long time, and probably this is where Carmen and Justus would love to know. Vamsi, now you are there.
Yeah, I would say the startups, starting a startup itself is a challenge. And every day, every moment is new things coming up. So you should be up for it. And being, again, in a media line, I would always say, facing a challenge gives a different thrill. That's what moves, every day gives you a new adventure spirit. So that is what you will feel like. And like what you all also come from the same startup line. So you'll also be feeling the thrill. Success, today what you have achieved, sleep well. That's what, you'll not find it in normal life. It's a routine thing. But in startup world, you'll have a new adventure every day.
Yeah, just to give a brief intro about our bio of Vamsi. Vamsi is a colonel. He was in army. He was in the rough terrains. I mean, right now, he from the rough terrains protecting the country has come into the rough terrains of, into the startup world. How do you feel? What is the difference between these two things? If you can explain a bit to my German colleagues, it would be wonderful. Vamsi, go ahead.
Yeah. See, coming from the rough terrains, every day is a new day for me. Every moment is a new moment because we don't know what will happen the next day or next moment. And generally dealing with manpower, human minds is a very complex thing. And when 800 minds or 1000 minds start playing, so you'll have to think in a manner what the other person or what the other persons are thinking like. Okay. And coming to startup world, the same thing I would experience out here also. It's a new day, new moment. And what the outside world is feeling about us, your clients, your investors, your partners, and outside people who are looking at you. Again, you'll have to play with those minds. It's like a game of chess. You have to be 2 or 3 steps ahead to think what they are looking, what they are thinking, and to behave what they want us to behave. That's what I see there.
Perfectly, well articulated. Now I ask my German colleagues, both Carmen and Justus, hey, how do you feel the analogy that he tries to bring from an army camp to a boot camp, to a boot camp, and to a startup camp, and right now to get into a mature industry? Carmen and Justus, yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so first off, fortunately or unfortunately, I wasn't obliged to conscribe to the army, so I can't share the exact experience from there. But I think the analogy still seems fitting to me, so to say, because you have to work with contingency plans and see what happens if A doesn't work. Then I have to go to B, maybe to C or to D, and have something in store for that. Be ready to face the unknown sometimes even, and tackle new challenges every day. And so this is something that you also have to have the resiliency for, and the mental strength is also something I think that is important for both spheres.
But I also experienced that, although it may seem challenging, that I have some friends in the startup scene and they all went before that to big corporations where you have like these routine lives, and it's a good job. It's well paid and everything. But, there's also the danger in some of these positions that you get a so-called bore out, so that you are like, it's not matching your skills. It's not matching your ambition levels, and they are really, really keen to start something new. So it can be on the other hand side, if you're the right person for that, it can be really, really motivational to have something new each day.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carmen and Justus. You have put it right in perfect perspective. Though not coming from the army background, the analogy which he tries to bring in almost matches to what you said. So right now, Colonel Vamsi, it was a pleasure because the other day, Vamsi introduced me to his co-founder and the founder rather. Founder, Major Sunil Shetty. Am I right? Yeah. So he's a wonderful person. I had a very brief conversation with him, and I felt, hey, yeah, here is My Startup TV, the founder, coming from a background, and the two guys, again from Army, again into this venture, which is really a tough thing, but they are doing a great job. Right now, I would like to ask Vamsi. Vamsi, please let us know a little bit about Major Sunil Shetty.
Okay. Major Sunil Shetty is again a passionate armed forces officer. He took an early retirement, and then he was into journalism before joining the army and also after joining the army. He did a course in conflict management, and he was into conflict management reporting in Afghanistan for 15 years. And he is also a serial entrepreneur. So when he returned to India, he felt that the startups in India, he was here in the startup ecosystem in India for around 2 years, went all around the country. He felt that there was no media, especially for startups. The mainstream media is focusing on all the topics apart from the startups. And Indian startup ecosystem started evolving during that time. So for that reason, in 2019, we started off with the MyStartupTV. And over a period of last 4 years, we have into now 5 verticals in MyStartupTV, starting with web TV. Then we have a podcast. We have a e-magazine, a digital magazine, My Startup Life. And we are also into OTT platform. Okay. And I don't think in anywhere in the world there is a dedicated OTT platform for startups. So that's another thing which we are into. And our main aim is to project the startups into the entire world. Being digital, it gives us the leverage to go around the world with our MyStartupTV.
Hey, thanks a lot, Colonel Vamsi, for bringing in the perspective of Major Sunil Shetty. I hope he will join in us in next event, what we would conduct from the Impact Hub community. So once again, appreciate you. And as you said, we want to go internationalize in this digital world. So, I mean, like anything is possible. Right now, I take this opportunity to bring another colleague of mine sitting there, Dilip. Hey, come in, join. Hey, Dilip, it's again wonderful to see you. So I'm very happy to let you guys know that Dilip has been one of the founding pillars of this Impact Hub journey. So when I asked my chairman, Vijay Madhuri, hey, Vijay, I need a competent resource. Just I wanted to borrow it for a couple of weeks. So he said, okay, hey, it's very difficult, but still you said you want a competent. To get a competent person onto the board is difficult, but he said, okay, fine. Then I borrowed Dilip for a couple of weeks. Now he's staying with me for almost a year, close to a year. So maybe I would suggest, Dilip, you could be very critical. I mean, like here, let me know what your perceptions are during this journey of making this Impact Hub and also working with different players like a German company like Via Tomorrow. Just please go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Raja. Thank you, Justus and Carmen and Colonel Vamsi. So when Raja first spoke to me about the Impact Hub, I thought it is just another hub that is focusing on helping startups to get connected to the market access. So, but when I deep dived into this and I got to know about the Impact Hub true value addition, that is where I thought, oh, this is a serendipity for me. And that is where I was committed to Raja and my co-founder Vijay as well, and told that I'll be part of this team. So I'm lucky and proud that I'm the first person in the Impact Hub Hyderabad team. And couple of months ago, we had an international event where Impact Hub Leipzig co-founder Martin was here. So he was telling about the Impact Hub experience and what it can do to the global community and how India can add value. So in the same sense, you guys came in for the ESG workshop and you guys provided very detailed insights about the ESG workshop and what the compliance and strategies are all about. And the audience were also very much interested in asking questions, and it was very lively. So I think this is the second step that we have taken in projecting the Impact Hub connectivity to the global audience. And we are looking very much forward. And I thank Raja once again for giving me this golden opportunity of being a part of the co-founding team and also playing the role of a director and taking care of the innovation and strategy at Impact Hub Hyderabad. Thank you. Thank you, Raja.
Hey, Dilip, you did not do a good thing for me. I just wanted to have more of a criticism and critical analysis of me, but you're trying to give something not nice. But nevertheless, I assume you're reserving your comments for a better day. So at the same time, Eustace and Carmen, you met Josna for a very brief time, right? And Vamsi as well. She's one of the most enthusiastic, most energetic person of this whole founding team. Josna is a wonderful person. Unfortunately, she's not this interview. So because we couldn't really bring her, because this was an impromptu. So right now we do everything impromptu. That is where I feel. See, we are doing the things in a very natural way. So yeah, with this, thanks for the compliments. I'm going to look for the criticism very soon from him. If not, then I think we have other ways to devise and do it. So yeah, then coming back to again, I will come back to the ESG workshop. Right now, I would ask one more question like, Kalan Vamsi, it's really wonderful that you're a great team with Major Sunil Shetty. So, see, this is where we always think of when startups, they are in their primary stage. We think of taking them to the global scale. And that is one of the biggest mandates of Impact Hub. So maybe this Impact Hub is headquartered in Vienna, Austria. So at the same time, they have this global networks in 60 plus countries. This is where I would like to see your MyStartupTV sound bites, just not confined to the Hyderabad or the Indian ecosystem, but we would like to also see this sound bites go to the other parts of the world like Africa, Latin America, and Asia as well. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Being digital, we are across the world. And digital does not limit to a space only to India. We are across the world. And our broadcasts are beaming right now in US as well as in Europe, in Latin America. Wherever internet is there, we are there. So whatever we are doing, then we share. Even in fact, we ask our partners also. So whatever we have recorded for them and whatever we edited and shared with them, they share it among their own partners. And since, as I already told that Mr. Sunil being a serial entrepreneur, we have a niche audience in US, Europe, as well as in West Asia and including Latin America also. So whatever we are speaking here and we edit it and post it, publish it, it goes around the world.
Yeah, thanks for that tip that you guys are already there. What we want to see is like you mature into much bigger TVs. Networks, at least MyStartupTV. I want it to grow and say that, hey, it's the MyStartupTV #1. And maybe it's in Latin America or it's in Africa or anywhere else. Yeah, thanks for that. And then, I would like to have a few words from the ESG perspective via tomorrow. Well, one size doesn't fit all. Am I right? So this is where I'm really interested to know the perspective, because this was a workshop with a lot of gathering with different stakeholders and from multiple fields, right, from academia to corporates. And I would like to know how this could be, how you could really adapt it to the local conditions for the Indian conditions. Maybe you could share common.
So in general, I think you have some certain global baselines that companies around the world will have to adhere to or are already trying. So even the Indian government, when it did its sustainability reporting standards, they oriented towards standards that are globally active, like the SASB standards or TCFD standards. So this is something where we come in from a global perspective and can use knowledge that we acquired in Europe to transfer it to this market here. However, that being said, of course, and this is why this is a great question, there is some need to adapt this to the local needs here. You will have other challenges to tackle here first before you can tackle the same things that you have in Europe. So what I maybe feel and also felt from the questions is that maybe you have to start with raising the awareness first a little bit more and adapt the requirements so far that you have maybe some problems that are more prevalent here than in Europe tackle first, and some other problems that Europe has, like a very old growing population and society, and here you don't have. Those are the issues that are more prevalent in Europe and not so much here. And this is something which can be fun to tackle, really. Yeah.
I think one of the participants asked the question or raised the concern that there are different situations here in India and that the ESG efforts that are taken globally have to be adapted. I think, yes, it has to be, but you should not miss out that if you have in the end, all regional adapted landscape of ESG, the sole purpose of ESG, it's the comparison, the opportunity to compare companies globally gets lost. So I think that's one of the big challenges, to adapt it locally, but to keep in mind that the key KPIs have to be the same, and the form in which you report have also be very, very, very similar, because otherwise a company just moves to another country where the regulations are so adapted that they are easy to fulfill and can hide away their real intentions.
Yeah, absolutely great. I mean, like, you have nailed it down to the proper way, like how they, I mean, like, because the biggest challenge is if the other companies want to hide hide it in another country in the form of other regulations. So you try to pin it down like, no, that shouldn't happen. If that is going to happen, then there's no global good. Thanks. I appreciate. And Colonel Vamsi, you have been saying that Major Sunil Shetty is a serial entrepreneur. Is he investing only in the media relations, or is he also investing any other interesting startups, maybe from Europe or maybe from Germany or maybe from Leipzig? Because we have wonderful connects to Leipzig. That is my other second home. So that's where I come from right now, I would say. Yeah. Tell me, so that I can take Major Vamsi and also Major Sunil Shetty to Leipzig. Yeah, Colonel Vamsi, I have got another important question for you. So, because I have heard from you that Major Sunil Shetty is a serial entrepreneur. So, yeah, is he investing only in media relations, or is he investing into other startups? Is he agnostic sector? And the other question is, would he be interested to invest in the German startups? So, because I come from Leipzig, I call myself as a Leipziger. So, right now, I would love to. It's a beautiful city with a beautiful startup ecosystem, and it's DHL's European headquarters, and it has a Porsche manufacturing unit. So, it's got a lot of names to tell. But would you be interested to come and sector agnostic? Yeah, Vamsi.
Speaking about Major Sunil, I will not be able to tell about what his mind speaks, but after seeing him for last 2 years, he would definitely like to be in the startup space, and he would like to do whatever he can for the startups. Investment, projection, promotion, anything. So he's a passionate entrepreneur, and he would like to continue with his entrepreneurial journey, and he'd also like to bring in other investors as well as investors, and he himself would like to invest and mentor the startups too. So that is his mindset and what I have seen him. Though he will not agree what I am telling, but he is a passionate entrepreneur.
Hey, you gave a very diplomatic answer. I mean, like, though you are not speaking his mind, though you are not speaking on his behalf, but you spoke his mind. I'm very happy. So it would be lovely. I mean, like, because you have been working with him, you understand him, and this is where the team works. So with this, I mean, like, I'm very fortunate today to have Carmen and Eustace for Impact Hub Hyderabad journey, and we want to see. And we want to take it, and we don't want it to limit to just Hyderabad. We want to take it to other places as well, wherever Impact Hub Hyderabad flies to. I mean, like, we want My Startup to be with us, and we want Via Tomorrow. There's a beautiful Latin thing, what Eustace has talked about Via means in Latin. And similarly, everyone asked me, what is Dr. Rehnat? Because that is where I earned my doctoral degree from Humboldt University, Berlin. So it's wonderful to use those Latin. I mean, like, still, I'm glad in Germany you use that, and also for titles we use. So it's a wonderful journey. Right now, I give the first to my colleague, Dilip. He can just round it up and say in a minute what he wants to, and then probably share.
Yeah, it was really a wonderful opportunity to work with you for these couple of days on the ESG workshop, and also bringing in the startups and the mature companies to get connected. So we just don't want to limit this to Hyderabad. We wanted to spread this ESG awareness and all to the other cities. So that is where we wanted to connect with you guys and take it forward together. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dilip. Now, I would ask Colonel Vamsi. So how do you think you will shape up your journey with our startup scenario, especially from Via Consulting GmbH and Impact Hub Hyderabad chapter?
Yeah. First of all, we would like to partner with the European startups, and where tomorrow I think will be the first step. And as far as Impact Hub, we are very glad that Impact Hub, which has almost around more than 70 participating countries all across the world, and now it has for the first time in India, in Hyderabad, it is starting its journey. And we wish them all the best and the good work which they are doing across the world. And it will definitely benefit the Indian startup ecosystem also. And also all the startups which across the world, with 70 participating countries, they would know the culture of India. And also India being now into the startup ecosystem for the last 6-7 years. And they have very promising startups, not only in technology, but also into the rural industries and medium-scale industries and manufacturing. There are so many interesting startups in India, which the world will come to know through Impact Hub. And we are glad, and we wish Impact Hub Hyderabad all the best.
Thanks, Colonel Vamsi. I mean, you have already tied up with Via Tomorrow, GmbH. So that's a good, beautiful collaboration. So I hope, whenever they want to have a media presence, not just in India, probably in Europe, they would be happy to work with you. See, the collaboration doesn't mean a written document. It's an unwritten document, I feel, which is much more realistic and which is much more holier. So this is where, the commitments come without any, hidden agenda, where we don't have any written things. Yeah, thanks, Colonel Vamsi, for putting it in the right perspective. Right now, yeah, Carmen is looking with her, Mike, she wants to. Go ahead, Carmen.
No, only also thank you. Thank you for organizing everything. It was an honor for us to be here and have the workshop. And also thank you for putting us on the stage and giving us the opportunity to have some recordings also as well. And I think it won't be the last time in India for us, but I think it was rather the first step of a journey that begins.
Yeah. And we are so overwhelmed how friendly everyone is, how forthcoming, how much support we gathered, how many friends we also made along the way in the last few weeks. And we really loved being here in Hyderabad and in India. And this is why I can only emphasize and double down on what Carmen said. We will be very happy to come back and welcome you then back in Leipzig once you get there, and then we can show you around there a little bit.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carmen and Eustace. And of course, Dilip, thanks a lot. So we are always I tell him, we are not into a sprint, we are into a marathon. And thanks a lot, Vamsi. And I would be failing if I wouldn't be mentioning another person, Martin Stoyer will, because he'll be angry. Helen will be angry with me then. No. So Martin has been a wonderful partner in this journey. So he was the initiator of this, along with my another hidden colleague in Germany, Sean in Stuttgart. He has been the motivating factor for me to bring this impact journey into Hyderabad. And I must appreciate Vijay and Josna. They are the biggest inspiration for me to be here in Hyderabad for such a long time, working on this impactful journey. And I'm very proud to say Vijay, a serial entrepreneur, a tech geek, and who is also, my childhood classmate. So we have always sometimes banter and fun as well. So, but with seriousness in business, he's a go-getter. And thanks to Josna, though she isn't here, she has been doing today, the whole organization, what we see here is to the great work that Josna has been doing sitting from her house. And she was here for a brief time, and absolutely grateful to all the people over here. Once again, thanks Dilip, thanks Eustace, thanks Carmen, Vamsi, thanks a lot. And and of course to Major Shunil Shetty. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate Impact Hub Hyderabad for actually bringing together such a wonderful thing and, starting their chapter in India. So Impact Hub is a wonderful global initiative with a very strong network, and they're looking at bridging the gap between Indian market and the European market. And Impact Hub team has been doing a lot of good things around the ecosystem. So today the session on ESG was very insightful in terms of how the whole ESG ecosystem is evolving and what's happening around the space, and how a lot of companies out of India can actually leverage the global ecosystem. So we really look forward to a lot more initiatives from Impact Hub Hyderabad, and I'm glad to be part of it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So we are an employability project training company based out of Hyderabad. We are serving talent to Indian and global clients. With the connection of Impact Hub, we are looking to expand to more countries and especially into the European continent.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The people at Impact Hub, some really amazing work which is being undertaken here. What I've noticed is that there are some very, very high-end research ideas which could do very well for the Indian industry, which Impact Hub is able to bring to India, especially to Hyderabad here. Some amazing initiatives they've undertaken on social impact, as well as trying to bring some very high-end research on especially stuff like electric vehicles here to Hyderabad. We've had, as a part of this overall initiative, we've had a workshop today by two entrepreneurs from Germany on ESG reporting. And I think this speaks to how Impact Hub is able to make a bridge to between the source and the use over here. So I feel very fortunate to be connected with Impact Hub, and some amazing work being done by everybody here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We're proud to bring Impact Hub's first chapter in India, in Hyderabad. The idea is to create a massive social impact in not only bringing and attracting impact investments into startups that create massive effect, but also to help these startups expand into European and international markets by providing a very strong network with over 110 chapters of Impact Hub. The outreach for startups and larger companies as well into the European markets will be enormous. And that is where I think we will make a difference to society.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This particular startup in 2016, where we found out the problem is like when fleet owners not able to manage their tire properly. So that's where our solution, we build it. We build a product, we build some of the IoT solutions, mobile applications, web applications to just take care of their tire, their inventory, their how to get a better mileage, all such of preventive care that we can able to provide. And one of the device that we have is tire pressure monitoring system, which can measure real-time pressure, temperature, driver behavior and misalignments of the vehicles, which is giving the road safety impact, cost impact, financial impact to the transporters. And we got a patent also for that. So that's where we are. Event is giving us the startup boost, where we got a networking, we connect with the different startups. We can able to share our ideas, thoughts, and one of the places, if we go there, multiple founders, multiple all such of stakeholders that we are meeting, and the government organizations are also there, like GEM is there, Startup India is there, all some of the different founders that we met it. So it is always be better to have it this type of event, which is helping startups to grow and meet different ideas, thoughts, and the industry leaders. Yeah, whenever any startups are coming, because initially it is coming from the very ground, and they need to build a team. So team is the first thing that any startup, any founder is get faced any issues. Secondly, you need to have a good product, because product is only giving you the comfort, saying that this product is viable, or it is a profitable, sustainable model. Then the third part is coming, the fund which is required for any startup. It is from the bootstrap to taking a fund from the, you can say, friends and families, then raise some of the capital, seed round, and then another round of like Series A, Series B. So that is the journey of the startup, when they start from the team to product, then the fund, and then scale it up to the next level. With Narendra Modi ji, the event started in, like, you can say, Startup India, Stand Up India, which is in 2016. And from there onwards, we connected with this particular initiative with the Modi ji, and he's keep focusing on different type of verticals which is supporting to startups, like fund of funds or any this type of events. So that is helping it out. And what rightly just now Modi ji said is, like, we need to connect and we need to grow to the entire ecosystem, and every startup should also support another startup, so that this ecosystem build and everybody will be the growing stage. And this is the vision for Modi ji is for the 2047, where we all are in the, like, developing nations, and we can grow together. I think that's how. See, my message is, like, see, everybody was looking earlier for the government service or the private job or this type of thing, but this is the new vertical started, where the startup or the new college out graduates will also start their own startup. They can think of new ideas, because the India, the country, is the place where so much of innovation and things are required, and it is very near to you now. So I'll give you them, you can feel it, you can build the product, you can see how you can able to create a good impact to the organization or the country. I think that will help it out to all these startups.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Last week, the startup community gathered in Delhi for the biggest Mahakumbh.
Sir, I can't hear you.
The 3-day event was held from 18th to 20th March and was rightly named the Startup Mahakumbh. The event saw participation by founders, visionaries, innovators, and investors, and leaders from across the nation. Hello, welcome to the Thought Leader Show on MyStartupTV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. My guest today is Shrikant Sinhaji, who is the CEO of Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, also known as TASK. Sinhaji is a visionary leader dedicated to enhancing youth employability and fostering skill development in Telangana. My other guests are two students who attended from Telangana, who were picked by TASK, and they attended the Mahakumbh, Harika and Chandra. So, welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for having us.
Let's start by Sinha, sir. I would like to start with you to just give us, for the viewers, for the benefit of the viewers, as to what Startup Mahakumbh was all about.
In 2015-16, when the Honorable Prime Minister started the term itself, startup, at that time the term was not even known in India.
And that is where we had just about 300 startups in India. Fast forward to 2024, the Startup Mahakumbh was a gathering of a lot of startups, investors, and everyone. And it was at the right juncture because today, in the last couple of years, we have moved from 300 to 1,23,000 startups. And that's a huge growth, which needed to be celebrated. And that is where multiple organizations of the government, multiple bodies like TAI and others, NASSCOM, ASSOCHAM, everyone put might together along with the government of India to start the Startup Mahakumbh. It was a 3 days event being held at Bharat Mandapam, which became very, very famous for the G20 summit. So this was also the background where the Startup Mahakumbh was conducted. There were more than about, across the days, about 12,000 to 15,000 delegates, participants, speakers, etc. visited the Mahakumbh. So if you look at what is Kumbh, Kumbh is a place where you come, you meet like-minded people, you discuss, you solve problems, and this entire thing also got conducted. It was truly an amalgamation. It was truly a collection of all visionary leaders. Dr. Amitabh Kant, Mr. Chintan Vaishnav, Director of Atal Innovation Mission, the UGC, the AICTE Chairman, Dr. Sitaraman. You had all the visionaries in over there. Apart from people from the government side, we had the Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We had the people from DPIIT. We had people from various other bodies also. So that is what Mahakumbh was. And the icing on the cake for everyone was that the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji also decided to be part of this and motivate our futurepreneurs. Two of them who are also on this call, and we have also, the coordinator who actually managed to get the students from Telangana, Ms. Sumati, also with us. And they'll be talking about their experience. But if you ask me, I have never witnessed an event like this in my entire life. Over to you, Major.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for painting that complete picture of what was happening at Mahakumbh and what led to the the whole gathering, as it is called, the Startup Mahakumbh. We also had our team there, and we our team kind of filed the story, and we the reactions coming from various participants were very positive. So let's get into I would like to understand from Ms. Sumati as to if you can share how did you go about selecting the students from Telangana to be part of this Mahakumbh?
Actually, I would like to thank our CEO, sir, to pick me up for this great event to participate, to coordinate all these activities, sir. I'm actually basically from the Telangana, that is TSWRDC Nizamabad branch, sir. And I was given a great opportunity and the responsibility of all the 30 colleges, 20 colleges students to escort the students towards this program, sir. Without our CEO, sir, this program would not be a success, sir, because our sir, Srikant Sinha, sir, has given and taken a lot of efforts for entering into the Startup Mahakumbh, sir. He personally has taken a lot of personal care, and he has handed over us the gate pass, and with that gate pass, we could enter into the cabin, sir, into the Startup Mahakumbh. This was the first stage where we could enter into such a big event, sir. So if that pass would have not been, means we would not entered into that event, sir. That I thank the CEO, sir, for that handing over that kind of a pass. He took his personal care and he has handed over us that pass, sir. And later on we could enter and we could attend the program.
What was your experience? Firstly, if you can, tell us from where you are in Telangana, and what you study. Tell us a little bit about your college, and then if you can, share your experience of being part of this Mahakumbh.
I'm Alharika, representing my PSWRDC, W Vikarabad, sir. And I'm pursuing my degree BCom CA second year, sir. And this was my first experience, sir, to go to Delhi for an education purpose. And it was my pride and pleasure for giving me this opportunity to go to Delhi, sir. And I'm so excited. And I was also excited to go to Delhi as per my future goals are connected to this Startup Mahakumbh. And also, it was a very great opportunity for the task members to give undergraduates an opportunity for going to Delhi and letting know them what are their dreams and how to pursue and how to achieve our dreams. And it was a great event, sir. And firstly, I would like to thank our task CEO, sir, Srikant Sinha, sir, for providing us the invitation cards. And it was very difficult for us to join in that big crowd, sir. But you have helped us a lot by providing us that invitation passes.
If you can share your experience being as part of the Mahakumbh there in Delhi.
Lalit Chandra from Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies in Basar. And yeah, first of all, I would so I am representing my whole college right now, and as the secretary of entrepreneurship cell of our college. So we usually constantly try to build the startup culture in our college and bring that business and entrepreneurial mindset. And we have been to a few programs of innovation or startup expos, but Startup Mahakumbh, it was definitely it was one of a kind of an experience, right? Because it was India's largest startup expo and easily one of the biggest startup expos in whole world. And mostly the students who went there from our college were handpicked, and yeah, so I would like to speak about their experience mostly, and of course, including mine. And it consists of mostly of, it feels a little bit empowering, to see the rural landscape of India being represented at one of the most biggest events in the whole country. Because it's really, throughout the years, the rural India has been in the back door in the development race, which the world has already caught up. And to reach to that potential to catch up with the outer world, the rural landscape is constantly trying to enter in this business field and startup field. And the Startup Mahakumbh event had a huge number of startups that cater to the tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities. So it was like watching us being represented in a global scale. And the problems of rural India are being solved, they are being capitalized on. And it's the rural market is kind of coming into the mainstream. That's what my experience was with the Startup Mahakumbh. We also saw our whole team actually just spreaded across the event and talked to various professionals and problem solvers, and we have been interacting with a lot of them, knowing their marketing strategies and the problems they are working on. And we also talked about future collaborations. And yeah, so it was a lot of the experience has a lot of empowering kind of vibe to it. That's what I would say.
Sinali, it is very clear that the students really enjoyed every bit of being there, and definitely they come back motivated and pumped up. So one of the things was, when we had this conversation, you talked about, how you made an attempt of bringing students from rural India. So if you could just, talk about the thought process that went into selection of the students, and also very importantly, you made a mention that, it was your initiative to ensure that they actually traveled by air, not by train.
Yeah. I think as the young futurepreneur, as we would like to call them, Lalit and has already spoken about it. There were about 700 startups over there, the stalls that were there. And every student interacted with the founders over there. And that is where their learning experience was. Now, the background for this entire thing was when Mr. Madan Padaki of the TIE Bangalore approached me and said that they are organizing a startup Mahakumbh, which is going to be a one-in-a-lifetime event. Of course, now I'm being told that this is going to be repeated every year, and we look forward to it, growing in size and everything else. But yes, when he told me this, we started looking at our internal system itself and seeing, because we work with about 750 colleges across the state of Telangana. And for us to select, and when we were talking to him, we said, can you give us 1,000 seats? So he said, no, that will not be possible because we are looking at about 1,500 students joining in. So we had about 300 to 400 students coming over there. The students were selected on 2-3 things. One was we run a program, which is a virtual program on creating an innovation and an entrepreneurial mindset, which is called as I4TS, which is Innovating for Telangana, which is an online program. It's a bilingual program. And any youth in the age group of 18 to 35 can log in and do this program online itself. So we looked at the people, and moving ahead, we said, okay, out of these people, who are the people who have submitted ideas, who have started working in that direction towards entrepreneurship? And we gave them a first chance where we had about 100 odd students coming from the I4TS program itself. For the remaining 300 odd, we said, let's work it out. And that's where we looked at RJUKT, which is, if you look at it, they have got bright students. They are the 99 percentile people from the 10th grade who are immediately brought into the system. And it's a 5 years program that they are doing. And they are the most malleable. They are the most, people who can be molded. And if you look at, and when I had made discussions with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of RJUKT, who's a good friend, we have been talking about how we can expose these students to the world of entrepreneurship and what exactly is happening. And that's where we said, let's give 20 seats to RJUKT also. That's how we started dividing the seats. But of course, the closest to our heart are 2 institutions, which is Telangana Tribal Welfare Residential Colleges and Telangana Social Welfare Residential Colleges, and especially for women. And that's where we said, if we need to actually democratize entrepreneurship, both these institutions should also get represented. And that is where we were fortunate that we had representations from both these colleges across Telangana. And Madam Sumati was the in charge, who brought in 20 plus girls from these colleges to actually witness the event and be there.
Thank you, sir, for giving me that opportunity, sir.
No, ma'am, I think you were the moving force. You have handled these students. And of course, I would like you to share also, what was the journey like? What were these students' expectations when they were coming over there? Especially, I'm sure that some of the people would have been traveling to Delhi for the first time.
Yes, sir, this is the first time.
That experience, yes, that'll be good, because you would be being asked 100 questions. And what were those questions and how did you handle them? Once I finish, probably you can talk about those things, ma'am. So essentially, if you look at it, that's how we started selecting the students. And finally, we started looking at people who were actually wanting to become entrepreneurs. And that was one of the basic criteria for us to select the students. Futurepreneurs is what they were in the true sense of the word itself.
Chandra, I want to bring you in till you fix the audio issue with Harika. Chandra, having been to Delhi and after your interaction with other entrepreneurs there and futurepreneurs, you have a college entrepreneur cell. what is the message you are going to be sharing with your classmates and other futurepreneurs from your college?
That's the correct thing to discuss actually. So we have been like thinking obviously for innovative ideas to encourage our own students to get into entrepreneurship and become the job givers instead of job seekers. And yeah, so the whole experience taught us about Delhi and the startup scene of whole India, like the rough sum of it. So you see, the process is actually very natural, right? So just because of us being in entrepreneurship cell doesn't mean we get all the knowledge of startups and entrepreneurship. So this experience has naturally evolved our students' understanding of my whole team's understanding about how we can communicate our way, how we can build efficient networks, and how we can actually bring our ideas into working stage. So after the trip, of course, it has been like one day, but we are all already excited and planning a lot of programs in our own college, a lot of competitions, pitching events, and startup hackathons and such and stuff. So you see, we have to work out a lot of innovative ways, and most of the time we have to think out of the box, especially in our college, because most of the students are totally they're not exposed to all these things.
I understand
So
that. So,
they are not
Miss,
exposed to all these things since childhood.
I'm sure this event would have, this event would help you take that message to the students, right? So, Ms. Sumati, if you could,
Yes, sir.
share some insights into the challenges that you face and how do you go about, convincing, students from rural Telangana to be part of this event.
Sir, first I would like to thank our JS ma'am because we had a Zoom meet before we start from Hyderabad to Delhi, sir. She told us to make because I was the only person to take the students from Hyderabad to Delhi. So she told me to make a group. And Deepika from our college, TSWRDC Nizamabad, and Harika from Vikarabad, TSWRDC. These students has coordinated all the activities, and even two more students from Swati from West Varangal, and one more girl Nandini. These students help me out in all my program traveling towards the startup Mahakumbha, sir. Because of these students, I could successfully bring the students safe to again return back to the Hyderabad, sir. And in every stage where I was crossing, all the people cooperation and coordination, I could do this, sir. Really, it was a big task, of course, for me, but I could, because of the support from our CEO, sir, and the head office, and our secretary, sir, and JS ma'am, monitoring constantly in every 2 hours, I could do this program successfully, sir. And this program was really actually, even I too don't know that we have just picked up the student from our college. She was just quiet, sir. She's having a art of painting, sir. So we have taken her as a housemaster of our. I have picked up that girl, and with her idea, with her my student is topic is that is related to the eco-friendly products, sir, to eradicate the plastic. So we have taken that concept, and I have worked on it for 10 days with that girl, sir, and done the PPT, and so brought the products. And with her hidden talent, she has got, sir, painting on that eco-friendly products. We had painted on the like toddy leaves and jute bags. The painting was done, sir. I've even brought the products to exhibit there, but I didn't get that opportunity to exhibit there, sir. And but she has done a lot of efforts, and she was very silent in the class. And I don't know, when I made as a team leader to this 20 group of students, she has taken the initiative. She and Harika, both of them, without their support, I would not really do this program successfully, sir. Because in every every day I used to conduct, before starting and in every half an hour we used to conduct the meeting. Everything is going on correct means they used to say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They have cooperated, and not only those, sir, all the students of social welfare colleges and the principals also, they were monitoring us constantly, especially our JS ma'am. She has taken the personal care where this, because especially they are women, and they have to be safe and also participate in that program, sir. And without the support of CEO, sir, we could not have done this program, sir, because a lot of efforts he has taken, sir. I would thank him for organizing and picking the students of the social welfare degree colleges of 20 students from this social welfare degree college. And also, I'm being a part, I feel very pleasure and pride, sir, because first time even I'm also, it's the first time traveling return through flight. So journey through flight is for me also, it's a experience, a first time experience. I was very excited when the tickets was given to us, and with the support of CEO, sir. And especially
So it's
this,
all
I would, so my,
opportunity, isn't it? It's all
so
about giving opportunity, as I understand, right? So give the
yes,
opportunity,
sir.
and they would, people like youth like Harika and Chandra would, grab both the hands and do the needful, right? So Harika, could you share the experience, after you came back to your college? What was the reaction of your classmates?
It was my first experience to Delhi, and also I have learned many things in that startup Mahakumbha, and mainly in the exhibitions, like what are the products and how to exhibit our product by just making the articles, and also mostly people will be more, they'll get more knowledge by seeing the products, not by learning, not by seeing any, not by telling. So I learned how entrepreneurs should be, and how, what are the qualities to be a successful businessman, and what are the strategies. And also I learned many things there, sir. And we also thought that as a girl, I thought I cannot even go out of my home, but the task CEO sir provided us an opportunity to go out of state for taking a first step towards our dreams and to achieve success, sir. And also the after coming from Delhi, the first reaction of my fellow students and my faculty and my principal sir was they were very proud of me, sir. Like I was the girl from my college to represent our college, but we did not get we did not get a chance of representing what was our idea. But we got much opportunity, and we have got much experience, that we have seen what is business, and how business products and how businessmen will be, and what are their speaking skills, and how to communicate with each other, and what to do to be a successful businessman, sir.
Thank you, Harika, for that. So, Chandra, before I go to sir and close this, what are your thoughts after having come back? Are you thinking of launching your own startup?
Yes, sir. So can I speak about
Harika,
my startups?
yes, Harika, go ahead. You will do that. Yeah.
So should I start first?
Yes, Harika, go ahead. Yeah. Chandra, you can
So
go to Harika.
as a BCom CS student, I have a startup idea of millet menu, sir. And my startup, my company name is Millet Menu, sir. And it contains an app development, sir. An app development, and also millet diets, sir. We need to develop an app, and in that app, the app will be available in every digital watches and smartphones, sir. It will say that how much millet intake we have to take daily, and what are the profits, and what are the healthy millets we have to intake, and what is the deficiency of millets in our body, sir. And also if we intake the millets, what are the healthy benefits. And also it is not only an app to say what is the millet diet and at what time we have to take, but it also provides, some members will not have the accessibility of making and taking all the millets and making their own product, no, sir. We'll make the millet menu, or we'll make the products, and we'll sell them, sir. It is not only an app, but it is also a trading business, sir. Like we'll sell our millet menu, we'll sell our products to customers and make them learn what is the importance of millets, sir. It is my startup, sir.
That's very commendable of you, Harika. That a trip like that is, you know, motivating you to launch your own startup. So, Chandra, coming to you, have you come up with an idea, or your group of friends or classmates? What is it?
Yes, definitely. So I have my own idea of a semiconductor related startup, which I take a lot of interest in. And semiconductor is also getting a lot of boost from the government, right? So yes, I do hope I run a successful startup in the future. And yeah, so Startup Mahakum has actually helped me to connect with a lot of experts in this field of semiconductor technology. So yeah, and my team members also have a few startups of construction marketplace and student loan lending platforms and a lot more. So yeah, we cannot thank enough task and especially Srikanth sir and our own faculty coordinator Rakesh sir as well. So yeah, so I do hope I run my own successful startup in the future.
Raji, it looks like a trip to Mahakum, and as Startup Mahakum wanted to achieve, it has ignited young minds.
So absolutely, I think not only ignited young minds, as Madam Sumati was saying, that the students took ownership, students took leadership, right, in the journey itself. So it started from there itself. The qualities of being a leader, a good team player, a good, everything started getting inculcated from there itself. Of course, the experience was awesome for them when they saw the Bharat Mandapam itself, right? And I'm sure that I'm speaking on the behalf of Harika also and Lalit Chandra also, that it would have been awesome for them to see the large auditorium and everything else and the grandeur of the building itself. And then coming to the Startup Mahakum Expo area, right, which is another experience which is beyond anything, because you saw 700 startups over there and you're able to understand that, okay, this idea which I was thinking is something which is a realistic idea. I probably can do something better than this in my own way. I can bring down the pricing. I can bring down multiple things. This is going to be a USP in taking this forward. And that is what actually started the thought process. And I could see the people and the energy over there in the expo area was extremely, extremely high and infectious. Apart from that, of course, they had speakers for the previous 2 days. Some of our students were part of it, where they even got a chance to hear to Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Piyush Bansal, and the Zomato owner also. So they also heard those people. Plus, they even took part and there were roundtables going on over there. While the entire session the expo was happening in the same halls, there were roundtables happening. In fact, I was also part of one of the roundtables on the second day, for which I had traveled, which is more towards how do you encourage entrepreneurship in universities. And I think this entire thing would not have been possible while everyone is giving me the credit for it. I think it was all a team effort putting together the entire task team. And of course, unless until the sponsors for the event, the various people who actually gave in the money, SIDBI, e-marketplace of government and other, and plus all the private partners also like Zomato, etc. I don't think this kind of an event would have been possible. What this event has done is not only ignited these people, but brought them and said that, look, today, anyone and everyone, and as the Honorable Prime Minister said in his thing is, today our entrepreneurship journey is there. The story is being told in tier 2, tier 3 towns and villages. And it is becoming a culture. A culture is something which can never be derailed or stopped. And that is what I think truly that is happening. Mr. Madan, of course, was supposed to be there on this show, but unfortunately, due to a prior commitment, extending, he is not able to join in. So probably from his side, I would also like to thank him for providing the opportunity to the TAS students, as well as also mention to the young students over here that they have also become part of a group now of futurepreneurs who will be mentored. So they have become part of a network of about 1,500 plus students who is going to be mentoring, who are going to be mentored by some of the topmost founders and mentors in India. They are going to be handheld, and they will be supported in whichever way by the organizers of Startup Mahakumbh. So after igniting their thought process, getting them to think about different ideas, coming up with solutions for problems, the next step is how do you take it forward. So this is not a one-time event that has happened, but it is going to be followed by a complete process itself to ensure that the ball doesn't get dropped in between.
Sinani, before I wrap up this conversation, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you think, given the success, the impact it has created, the Startup Mahakumbh, should there be a similar small-scale Mahakumbh at state level or even district level, so that more students, more youth, or the futurepreneurs, as you call them, get the opportunity to interact, right at the probably at the district level, state level, and then probably go to the national level. That way, we make the net much bigger, much larger.
No,
And
absolutely.
after that would Telangana and task take up the task.
No, absolutely. I think Telangana has got a very, very vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurship. As you already know, we have T-Hub, where people who are with an MVP, they help them accelerate. If you have a woman entrepreneur as a founder, and you have an idea, you don't even have an MVP, We Hub will help you accelerate. Then you have organizations like Rich who bring in research, etc., to the startup world and the industry. You have, Intinta Innovator program run by, Telangana State Innovation Council, and T-Works, which is the prototyping center, and of course, Task, which is into creating an entrepreneurial mindset. So with all these organizations working together, I think organizing this kind of a thing at a state level or a district level, of course, TSIC had been doing events, the Intinta Innovator program that I spoke about, which is more of a show yatra, trying to identify, innovations that are happening currently, in our villages. So it'll be a good idea to have this. And what is most important is that I think it's important to link it with different SDGs and other things also, so that our youth are aware about the sustainable development goals, what it means, how exactly can they play a part in ensuring clean and green environment, and all these other things. So I think it's important for us to do something at the state level also. And definitely, earlier on, we used to do something similar in August, around 15th of August. I think it's important for us to keep this momentum up at all the districts. In fact, I'm very happy to say that, when I got to know that apart from Telangana, across India, the students had come. And today, entrepreneurship, these 123,000 people that I'm talking about, are from 600 districts across Telangana, across India, sorry. And which is a real thing, just see how the needle has moved. So definitely we should do those things also, and then, help them, mentor them, and coach them so that they can become real, probably decacons later on. Not only Sunicons or Unicons, but decacons later on.
Likely, as the Prime Minister said in the speech at the Mahakumbh, that this has become a social norm and it's not going to stop. So we will be, as MyStartupTV, we will be following everything that's happening in the startup ecosystem, and we hope to see you again on some of our shows. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining, and thank you, panelists. Chandra, Harika, and Smriti Madam, thanks for joining.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
India is actually evolving towards the startup ecosystem. There are multiple policies and government funds that are actually there for the startups and students to actually explore the industrial requirements. So every day is a startup day in India right now. Like you can see here, we are I think more than 1,000 startup here in this single roof, standing with their products with unique ideas and solutions that can actually benefit the future of India. So we are actually building a revolutionary future India and bringing something that can actually impact the lives of people and the industry. For my business at Navstream Innovation, it's an energy monitoring company. So energy is one of the biggest segment in the world. So energy is everywhere, and we have multiple ways of generating energy. But right now, the need is the monitoring any kind of platform that can manage their batteries and monitor their energy storage system. So at Navstream Innovations, we are building this platform that is Voltrack, which can actually give you a brief understanding of their energy storage systems, whether it's in lithium, whether it's in sodium, or these types of transition that is happening in this energy field. So we are not just limited to lithium. We are also providing these solutions for any kind of chemistry, flow batteries, lithium batteries, sodium batteries. So it's an integrated hardware that goes over the energy storage system and provide all the information on a platform that is here. You can see variables. We can also predict the life of the battery. So we are predicting the life of the battery, how much a customer or business they can expect from the battery based on energy density. So this is what we are doing at Navstream Innovation, actually revolutionize the energy segment in India. I think opportunity in terms of opportunities, as you can see today, we have seen our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, in this event. He had actually given us some motivation that India actually can do something in the field of startup ecosystem. And what are the things are actually there in India? What are the opportunities we have in India? It was a great event where we can actually interact with other startups and find out the potential goals and also the problem statement that is actually in the industry, and do something and find a solution to build a startup and grow our startup.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Honestly, India in 5 years is going to be the most prominent tech market in the world. You got to start doing. And I think that on a personal note, I think it's one of the most warm communities I know, most productive and exciting projects I ever had were here. And I used to work a lot in China and Singapore and Japan and Korea. And India has a very different feel to it.
इसमें आके जितने भी स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है कि कैसी सरकार काम करती है, कैसे एक दूसरे के साथ काम किया जा सकता है। यहाँ जो लोग आए थे अलग अलग स्टार्टअप से, उन्हें एक दूसरे के साथ नेटवर्किंग करने में भी बड़ी सहूलियत हुई, तो ये अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं तो कहूँगा साल में एक बार नहीं, साल में 2-3 बार इस तरह के इवेंट्स होने चाहिए।
got good connections over here, we got investment opportunities, we got mentorship, and this help us to bring our platform on a scale or to get clarified on things which we are working on it, and we think that it gives us a great opportunity to work on it on a better and efficient way.
So this kind of event helps us to reach out to a lot of people, understand what their needs are, which will help us to improve our product. And also we are looking for franchisee in one area. So for example, currently we have 1,000 shops in Bangalore and we want to launch in Delhi. Then we are looking for one partner who helps us in launching that. And also it helps us to look for the investors. And third, it helps in spreading awareness because now people know that this platform is there. For example, if I am in Delhi and I'm in an apartment, now I can tell my nearby shop guy, "Ki, please use this platform," and it will help him also and help me also.
Like 2-3 deals for like getting the investments in that. So like that opportunity I got, and also the MSME chairman has visited a stall. So he has invited me to like attend their future events also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We have developed a multi-parametric diagnostic device which gives instant results. The problem that we are solving is that more than 90 crore people in this country in India do not have access to primary diagnostics or labs. So we are solving that problem by this device which gives instant results, is very easy to install, is very easy to operate, can do blood tests with a simple finger prick, and has most of the commonly recommended tests, including the blood tests, including specialized tests like lipid profile, HbA1c, even an ECG, blood pressure, SpO2, all of those, infectious diseases and markers. So this solves the problem of 70% of this country's population, which is without these facilities. As I turned 50, I turned entrepreneur, and I found a purpose in the healthcare space because I realized that there was a big gap in primary healthcare. And so that's really been my motivation to actually get into this. There are huge opportunities that come up because we met a lot of doctors, we met a lot of hospitals, we met a lot of people who sell to these customer segments. There are also opportunities that we identified for exporting this product, because what is relevant for rural Bharat is also very relevant for large parts of the developing world. So there are opportunities that we found in Africa, opportunities in CIS, opportunities in the rest of Asia, Eastern Europe, etc. So lots of opportunities in this Startup Mahakumbh. I think it's a wonderful initiative. My message is keep having more such events. I think it's so empowering to see so many startups, so much of innovation happening in this country. Really, we should have more such events. We should have at least once a year this kind of an event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
And my business partner is over there. Her name is Demo, and I'm visiting India frequently. I'm very happy to be here. The reason I'm here today because I got an invite from Startup India that I work with them a lot, and I'm very involved in the innovation ecosystem here. I run a company called Innovation Asia, or Innova Ventures, that we collaborate with most of the tech Asian countries here in Asia. And we also have a venture capital that invests in Indian and Israeli companies. I think that being one of the only foreigners here in events like this, it's an amazing privilege and asset. I think that it's the gathering of the best tech communities that I know. I'm also a part of Thai in Israel. I'm the Thai Women Israel manager. I think that it allows me to experience and to meet new partners and old partners. I met some of my good colleagues here today as well that I work with. And I think it allows Indian community to come together, because India, each state has their own kind of ecosystem. It's so vast. So those gatherings allows India to connect. I was also here for G20 during August. So this is why I'm so excited to come back. I missed PM Modi. I'm very sorry about that. I really wanted to hear him talk. India is one of the most interesting, exciting, and futuristic tech market I know. I work with the Asian markets and the Indian markets for the past 12 years. It's the second home for me, and it's a privilege to connect India's tech and innovation market to my country, but also to the Middle East. Oh my God, I think it's a really good question, because ever since I graduated from my bachelor degree, which was East Asian Studies, I realized that most tech companies, they need to go east and not west. And my message is, if you're not here, if you don't have a local hub here, if you don't have a local partner, or you're not considering of coming to India, you're missing the train. And the time is now. Honestly, India in 5 years is going to be the most prominent tech market in the world. You got to start doing. And I think that, on a personal note, I think it's one of the most warm communities I know, most productive and exciting projects I ever had were here. And I used to work a lot in China and Singapore and Japan and Korea. And India has a very different feel to it. And if you're not here and you're not considering, you're just going to miss out. So do come.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are digitizing the unorganized segment. As you know, the 85% of the sale of food is done by the smaller retailers, what you call unorganized segment. So what is the difference between organized and unorganized segment is the technology. So we are providing technology to these smaller businesses like a small hawker, a thelawala, or a small shop, so they can organize their business, which helps them to sell online and also digitize their offline business. Like if they want to do a billing, they can just speak to the system. They say half kg tomato or 40 rupees ka vendi. It will digitize that and automatically create a bill. So it's a micro ERP we provide to them, which helps them to digitize their business, and they can compete with the new world, because everyone is getting digital as more and more people moving towards digitization. Now today the e-commerce is there only with few people, top of the pyramid 10% people, but 90% people have devices, they have digital payment, they have internet, but they are not doing digital commerce. The reason is their sellers are not there, their price points are not there. By enabling these smaller businesses, we want to provide the benefit of technology to larger part of the pyramid and impact their life and improve the food wastages, which is today highest in the India. So this kind of event helps us to reach out to a lot of people, understand what their needs are, which will help us to improve our product. And also we are looking for franchisee in one area. So for example, currently we have 1,000 shops in Bangalore and we want to launch in Delhi. Then we are looking for one partner who helps us in launching that. And also it helps us to look for the investors. And third, it helps in spreading awareness, because now people know that this platform is there. For example, if I am in Delhi and I am in an apartment, now I can tell my nearby shop guy, please use this platform, and it will help him also and help me also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So basically our startup works on a medical alert system. Like it's a smart wearable that focuses on the medical alert system, like fault detection and crash detection. Like in India, in every 2 minutes an accident occur, and from that a casualty also happen. If we remove the on-spot casualty, the second most reason of the casualty is the delayed emergency response. Okay, so like if the user is wearing a smart wearable and something happen like that, so it will quickly alert to the nearby emergency services and their contact number with their live body vitals and live location, so they can easily get to that location. So like last year my friend got an accident, so like we reached there around 20 to 25 minutes and ambulance reached after 30 minutes. So I got an idea from that. If we make a smart wearable that not only measures the daily metrics but also the medical alert system like fault detection and crash detection. So basically, like there are like-minded people, like there are many investors, VCs that they have contacted us, and there are also like mutual collaborations like companies also for the suppliers of our smart wearable. So like my main motive is to like the networking in the event. My one of the opportunities I got like 2-3 deals for like getting the investments in that. So like that opportunity I got, and also the MSME chairman has visited a stall. So he has invited me to like attend their future events also. Okay, so basically like this is the first kind of event, like this is at a very large scale. I also attended the Google for Startups, like we got recognized by Google for Startups also. So like this is the like very large event where more than like 1,000 startup stalls are there, like more than 3,000 like HNIs, incubators, accelerators are there, and more than like 30,000 footfalls are also occurring there. So like it's very like useful if every year these kind of events happen. Currently I am in the final year student of Galgotias University. So my main vision is not to get a job, rather than create a job for the like young entrepreneurs, and like so my main vision is that like want to continue with this startup only.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This event was for 3 days, and we got the opportunity to come and present over here. This startup Mahakumbh, as you can see, there are more than 1,200 startups over here, and we could get the opportunity to interact with our Honorable Prime Minister today. This was a great pleasure to speak and talk about our product, and his appreciation has really inspired all of us. So great event overall, and nice to be here. As a startup, we got the opportunity and invitation to come here, and it's very far off from my place. I was in Pune, so it's to come here and to present my startup, to increase the scale up the event, and scale up our business opportunity. This was a great thing. So that is what inspired me to come here and be part of this. So here there are so many startups we get to know the real development happening around us, and it helps us to even understand that who can be helping, and the entire ecosystem which is supporting us. So this is a platform where everyone meets, and I hope this continues every year or periodically at least, to make sure that we all meet together and understand each other. To be honest, as a women entrepreneur, a lot of support is coming from the government side, and I'm personally thinking that at every place wherever I have been presenting my product, as a women entrepreneur, we have got little extra to explain to people, and they have really taken us seriously to support. So the challenges wise, I don't think much challenges I have faced, other than maybe moving around. Sometimes it takes little while because we have our family to support. But otherwise, from the government side or from the entire ecosystem, it was a great help. I think you should become entrepreneur, and you should try to do something in the field where you are having expertise.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
इसमें आके जितने भी स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है कि कैसी सरकार काम करती है, कैसे एक दूसरे के साथ काम किया जा सकता है। यहाँ जो लोग आए थे अलग अलग स्टार्टअप से, उन्हें एक दूसरे के साथ नेटवर्किंग करने में भी बड़ी सहूलियत हुई, तो ये अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं तो कहूँगा साल में एक बार नहीं, साल में 2-3 बार इस तरह के इवेंट्स होने चाहिए। इवेंट इज़ पावरफुल, इवेंट इज़ सुपर, इसीलिए मैंने कहा है कि इस तरह के आयोजन स्टार्टअप के लिए होते रहेंगे, उतना ही अच्छा रहेगा। नई नई जो इनोवेशन है लोगों के सामने आती रहेंगी, और लोगों को पता लगता रहेगा कि किस तरीके से लोग काम कर रहे हैं और एक दूसरे की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उससे रूबरू होने का मौका मिलेगा। मोदी गवर्नमेंट को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को स्पेशल थैंक्स बोलूँगा कि उन्होंने जैसे वर्ल्ड में स्टार्टअप को लेके एक कल्चर है वही भारत में भी देने की कोशिश की है। तो इस चीज़ को और भी आगे ले जाने की ज़रूरत है और इंडिया इसमें स्टार्टअप को लेके बहुत अच्छा करेंगे और इंडिया का जो यूथ है स्पेशली वो नए स्टार्टअप लेके आ रहा है और बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है। इस तरह के इवेंट होते रहने चाहिए जिससे सरकार को जो स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी बेनिफिट पहुंचेगा। तो थैंक्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Food and beverages is one of the largest sector in the nation, with many new startups being launched daily. However, most founders don't have easy access to qualified mentors who can guide them through this fastest growing sector. Hello, welcome to Thought Leader Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. Today my guest is Nakul Chandana. He's a F&B and retail veteran with 27 years of experience. Nakul was the ex-CEO of a leading food chain and has led a variety of food formats from fine dining restaurants to busy coffee shops. His background goes well beyond boardroom. He has been guest speakers at various food and beverage events and with some of the leading prestigious universities. Welcome, Nakul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Major.
Major retail, major growing up industry.
Yes.
Somebody who spent so much time, in F&B, where do you see the industry, shaping up? How do you see the industry shaping up?
Well, I would say that it's back at its full swing. The COVID period, of course, dented the industry. A couple of years were very hard. But now, if you see, people are experiencing F&B a lot. The habits of going out for regular eating. It has gone up like anything. Earlier maybe it was not that very often people used to go out for eating, but today it's, I think, at least weekly, twice or thrice, all of us are moving out and experiencing F&B by sitting in different eateries for meetings, for gatherings, for celebrations and all. और इसके साथ में the other point which I would like to share in the time of COVID also. There was a steep increase in the habit of ordering food online, of course, because that was the time when everyone was confined to home, or that was the time when people started ordering from the online platforms a lot. So if you see today's time, I think it's happening like anything because there are a lot of new joints opening everywhere. You can see, and then of course people are also ordering the food a lot. So I think it's one of the best time to enter the industry.
With your experience, both pre-COVID and post-COVID, has there been a change in people's, approach towards trying out different food? Have you experienced that? Meaning, there was time probably in Hyderabad, biryani is more popular, right? Yeah. But today, do you see, let's say Hyderabad is an example. Do you see, people coming in, experimenting with food or acquiring new taste?
Of course, I think it's been there for times because generally, you like to taste the food of other regions. If you see, northern side of India, if you move, people are having a lot of praise about, this side of food, southern food actually. People love to have dosas, idlis and cuisines of southern India. Similarly, when, the city where we are talking today, Hyderabad, people like to have, food from the northern side. You will see a lot of fine dining outlets which carry food from the northern side, buffets, and North Indian food is in craze. And what has happened, post-COVID is maybe because, as I said, that people, are today loving to, experience more F&B. So, all formats I think are doing very well today. whether it is fine dining outlets, barbecues, bakeries, cafes, ice cream parlors. So yes, there is people are experiencing, and I think all the formats are doing very well.
And also, food is no more, it's no more limited to the fact that people are going to have food there. Now it's also become an experience, isn't it? That people, especially the millennials and the younger generation, right? They're going into these coffee shops or the restaurants. Not just food. There is more. Could you add your experience from your experience?
Yes. So, see, first of all, I would like to say Hyderabad is a city of foodies, of course, and there's a lot of craze about food out here. Being in this industry, we have, experience talking to a number of guests, and, many of them, would share the experience that today, I just came 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers just to taste my, the special dish or a ice cream, which, I really love, I'm fond of. So that is one of the part. Yes. So one thing which has happened that today, as you're talking about cafes or maybe, the fast food joints or eateries, people are at times, they're also, having a lot of meetings out there and lot of discussions out there. It's not, earlier very formal office discussion which used to only take place in offices. Today, lot of, organized meetings are happening at eateries actually.
Especially with startups.
Yeah, especially with the startups. They are providing that kind of a sitting place and ambience where people would like to, carry the meetings with and also gatherings. And so that is happening. And then, with the corporate also, there is one more thing that they also like to take their team out frequently, for a change actually. So they definitely go out, hunting for maybe the convention halls or banquets or maybe the fine dining outlet where they book for a particular day where they can have they can call the families and employees together for a gathering. So all this is happening, yes, and yes, food is also not restricted today just for lunch or dinner. A variety of things, especially you can see there is a big rise in today bakery products, which is a lot of snacks are happening, healthy snacks are happening, and so desserts also, if you see, so there is a growth in each and every segment out there. So if you see, from the time maybe last 10 years, if you witness a number of varieties out there, which was earlier not there. So even if you see a single format today, let's say we talk about bakery today, there is no fixed definition that what menu a bakery should run. So a bakery can just have cakes. A bakery, other bakery can also serve a lot of savories. The third bakery can have a lot of mocktails added in that. So so there is no fixed format. So a lot of different varieties in a single model also you can witness today.
So now taking your experience, making use of your experience, I would like to understand for the benefit of our founders from F&B or startups who are in F&B. What are those challenges that startups face when they start, or what are the points they should keep in mind as a F&B startup founder while they're launching it?
What is the challenge? First of all, in F&B is that food format or running a food format, it looks very easy. And because this is one of the industry where you can see, you generally go and sit and witness that. It's not like, many other industry where the operational aspect of that is not visible to outsider. So people, they generally get carried away very easily that yes, I can also do this. I can easily run this kind of a format for sure. But, there are so many challenges which are related to the operations because, you're dealing with the perishables first of all. And then you need, skilled people to run different operations out there. And there's a lot of planning required for sure, which unfortunately people, don't give time to because they just, for example, if they're going to a particular joint, a fast food joint and a cafe, they just feel, yeah, I can do it, and they just immediately jump into it. Not understanding that, principles of any other business. Let's say 4 P's, like, working on your product, price, place, and people. It also works a lot in this industry. If, your selection of the place is not correct, of course, is going to definitely have a challenge later on. You have to understand from various angles whether the place is suitable for the format you are starting. I mean, for example, let's say if you even have a place available on the main road, but and you want to start an ice cream parlor out there, but it is very near to a hospital, then most likely it is not the best suitable place, because for people to just stop there, in such kind of a place where hospital is nearby, to have deserts, somewhere it's going to be a challenge. So there are so many different things to be analyzed before you select even a place. Then they don't unfortunately understand that a right format is very much required. A right model is very much required, and it will vary from a company to company, because every company sort is different from other. Your strength, weakness, opportunity, your threats will be different from others. So when you are starting something, what is the right format for you? Whether your capital is supportive to that or not. Let's say if you have a limited capital and you want to go for a fine dining, of course, maybe today we get so many, inquiries where people say that whatever funds they had in their hand, they have invested in basically, making the joint.
Infrastructure
And everything. But they don't understand that operational capital will be required later on. A big operational capital, because it's a service industry. And unless you reach your break-even point from, if there is no planning of it, of course the model is going to fail, or you are going to get burdened. And similarly, like the format, many times they go very high on the menu. They want to serve a lot of dishes out there, not understanding that, how you're going to carry it. What is the, budget for the manpower you have? What is your HR budget? From where you're going to procure your ingredients, whether the ingredients are available or not, right? So, I always say that, you generally, if a joint is just serving a simple tea, right, and tea is good, you are going to go there again and again, instead of, going very high on your menu and, not understanding the challenges which are going to happen. So, there's a lot of guidance required there from the day one. So so even if it is, your product, suppose once your product is also good, if the place is not right, or the people who are serving out there, they're not able to, really carry it well, basically, right?
Because at the end of it, it's also hospitality.
It's hospitality industry. So, those who are, serving, there is a lot of training required out there. Because it's not that, you put the people for a particular task and you can be assured that, they're going to carry it really well. Because, it's like an industry which is having a lot of challenges. You today serve maybe so many guests in a day, but just, one single negative feedback from a single guest will affect you a lot. So a lot of moral support, a lot of guidance, a lot of advice, a lot of training is required on daily basis. The motivation is required for daily basis. And also you have to understand that, let's say if you want to carry a menu, what is the right manpower planning in each and every department?
So as I see it, that this, unlike other startups, like a tech startup where you're building a product, in F&B, you build a product which is your menu, the food that you will serve.
Yes.
You also have to build a service side of it, right? So there's a kitchen you need to build, there's the front end or the restaurant part of it you need to build, you have the menu right, you have the right staff who's going to be, friendly to the customer.
Yes.
So the minimum viable product, the MVP as they call, is still very big when it comes to
It's very big. It's very big because, as you rightly said, that the planning for each and every department is required. I have seen people, doing their purchases just like the way they do for their home needs, and they're running an outlet. They just feel that purchase is just okay. We can just buy, today from any source which is available, or maybe just not, studying the ingredients so well. There's very dynamic industry. So many of updations are happening from time to time. Let's say today there are so many premixes which is in play, which was not earlier there. And if you're not, really understanding the menu and don't understand the ingredients, that what is available, you are going to get burdened with a lot of more cost and more time out there, precious time of your staff. And for example, let's say maybe 10 years back, the cake premixes were not in play that much. But today there is, I think it is a very important part. So similarly, like, there are a lot of premixes, lot of which are available today. And then you also have to understand the right sourcing from the right places. See, because if your cost of purchase is not correct, you cannot sell at the right price. It's the principle, right? So if you say that, purchase I will see later. I mean, I do understand initially everyone looks for the top line, for sure. Every new company, looks for the top line, better top line. But what is the harm in understanding that how you can improve or better your bottom line also? Ultimately, the goal of each and every company is to make profits, right? So to understand and, to strengthen your back-end department, like, the purchase department, the supply chain, the HR department, maintenance department, housekeeping department is also very important.
But for a startup, we can't have all these things because startup by definition would start with very minimal resources. Yes. So what is your advice? How would you, like you said, ek chai banao, start with one tea probably. Yeah. What would be your advice?
I would say, see, the guidance from the day one is very much required. See, I think you should, definitely have some mentor, some experienced person, who can carry through, you through this journey. Because if initially you're able to plan your format correctly, that, what is the right format with the right market survey. Let's say, I just give you example today, people generally say, I talked to some people recently and they were telling me, sir, I was just thinking to, open a tea joint because, chai to log piyenge. So, yes, it is good to listen, but if you see from the other angle, let's say there are 10 people in a place, or if all 10 open a tea shop, then, who's going to go to other shop? Instead of, the right survey is that if 9 have already opened tea shop, why not you start a cookies business? Yes. Because, apart from the customers, the 9 other shops are also going to be your customers. Tea shops are also going to be your customer. So, right planning at the stage of format is required. That what is the right format? Hota kya hai ki there is a success for us, maybe an ice cream parlor. Then everyone, jumps into that format. If recently, if there is, opening of maybe, mandi outlets or maybe, people will jump into it. But not understanding that, there is a market survey required, to understand that what kind of a population you're expecting, what is your customer segment. So from that stage you have to plan, and then comes the menu. Menu is very important. It's like, because ultimately on the basis of menu, all the planning will happen. But to design the initial step to, to have the right format and the right menu, of course, you have to also understand the strength, weakness of that particular company. So, ये generally is a missing step in the industry. Mostly people feel that food is very easy. हम लोग इसको कर लेंगे. But it's like, I'll just put in another verse today. Maybe online today there is advice and guidance is available for each and everything today. It's that kind of time we are living. But then also specialized coaching is there.
You provide mentoring to startups. Yeah. Your experience, 27 long years in F&B and retail, you provide mentoring. So do you want to talk about what kind of service do you provide? And first, for founders who out there who probably want to associate with you, what kind of service do you provide and how do you go about?
Yeah, so see, generally it is good that if people approach us at the time when they are starting, that is the right time to approach a mentor, because therein, he can really contribute, in defining the right model which is suitable. Food gives a variety of choice, from a fine dining to a barbecue to a fast food joint, cafe, bakery. A lot of choices in terms of models are available. But, what suits you the best and the phase.
So tell us about your service that you provide.
Yeah.
How do you help these startups?
So, that is one thing. If they approach at the initial time, we can, generally look into the format, look into the menu, and then, plan and do the right planning for all the departments. Settling all the various departments from the operations to the production, then, the planning required for the back-end department with purchase, HR. So, all departments can be settled well. But yes, there are so many inquiries which comes where the people have already started. Now they are verge of closing because they don't really understand that why the top line is not coming or the bottom line is not coming. So there we generally see into the we go deep and understand where the problem or challenges are, and by fine tuning by replacing certain aspects or getting certain advice, we try to fine tune the different aspects and see that wherever the lacking is to improve that. I mean, so that happens. Let's say if you are sometimes the top line is good, but the bottom line is not there. So there is a challenge, and they are not able to understand why bottom line is not there. So there can be like difficulties in that maybe you don't you are carrying a large team on board, which is not required for that menu. So you can of course see to the size of the team. So you have to have the experience out there to understand that to run this kind of operation, what is the right size of team required. That's why I'm telling that from the company to company is going to vary. And so similarly, if let's say if your purchases are not right, you are not sourcing the ingredient well, and your food cost is again an important aspect. There is a defined food cost for the menu. If it is on a higher side, then of course your profitability will not be there. Now again, if your sales is weak, then there can be a lack in, and maybe you need to improve your product line. You need to get some sort of a USP to attract the customers. Or else maybe you have to improve on the service part or the branding, merchandising part, because today
you kind of work with all these
all areas.
All the areas.
Because you have to see finally that which area is having problem. So at times maybe your everything is good, but your branding is weak. I mean, it is not coming across. You are not maybe today, because there are a lot of different channels available for the right branding. You have to work with the right PR agency. You have to also understand that. Of course, you have to see where the problem is.
You have captured all your experience into the book that you wrote, which is Corporate Eclavia. You want to talk about the book?
Well, it's not about F&B. It's like, I was fortunate to work with a lot of youngsters in the recent past. I mean, and also by going to colleges, I was interacting a lot with them. And one of the things which I realized that because there are a lot of opportunities out there today, it brings a lot of confusion, because every second day there's a new opportunity coming, there's a new course coming. So at times they feel that I have not chosen the right career for me, and they get into that kind of a zone of feeling low, and it's a very common thing which I have realized in a lot of youngsters today. So the book which I have written is as the title say, Eclavia story inspires us that by the right by observing and right learning, actually you can master any skill basically. So that is what I have narrated 16 points out here, which gives a better understanding to a youngster about their themselves, first of all, that how they can analyze themselves better. The first point which I mentioned is that the gift of Mother Earth. So the gift of Mother Earth, in other words, is that when we are all born on this Mother Earth, we got a special gift, because we have seen kids who are better in one activity or other. That is like, for example, some are good in playing, some are good in reading. So that is your unique gift. If you are good in talking actually, and you take some kind of profession where, let's say you take a profession which is like maybe a software coding, and you're not an introvert person, right? You like to interact, you are good in PR and all. Then maybe, of course, you're going to get exhausted after a couple of years. So it's like giving a better understanding, and then there is a path to follow. And you can see any education is always useful, no matter what course you have done. But with the right, using your education as a base, you can also today change to any line of your preference. So that is what that book is all about. And fortunately, I was able to release this in a couple of leading colleges, and got a good positive feedback. So it is written with the aim that maybe to somewhere guide and advise youngsters so that they can choose their careers and maybe have a great career.
Thank you, Ratu. Thank you for being on the show, and we look forward to hosting you again on some of our current discussions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I, the citizen of India, having abiding faith in democracy, hereby pledge to uphold the democratic traditions of our country and the dignity of free and fair and peaceful elections and to vote in every election ethically, fearlessly and without being influenced by considerations of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any other inducement. Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's vote.
We've been organizing sports tournaments for the last couple of years and more now. And this is the first time that we are organizing a tournament in box cricket and for women. And we are doing this to spread awareness among the voter folk through the Let's Vote campaign.
Precisely this is the issue we have taken it as a challenge. Let's vote to encourage and hope and wish that the urban people with this kind of awareness programs will get activated, enthused to go to polling stations on the day of polling and cast their vote.
Here we are today having this tournament with the aim of promoting awareness of voting. So as we all know, voting is not only a responsibility, but it is a very cornerstone of democracy. But unfortunately, in the cities, more and more people are, becoming apathic towards this process of voting. The simple act of thinking that, how my one vote will make count. So as we have seen in the recent Telangana elections, all the rural population and the urban population, two-tier towns, everybody exercised their vote very nicely. Where we have seen the percentage was 65%, 70%.
So on this occasion, I urge all voters to please vote compulsorily and then elect right leaders for the bright future of our country and then bright future of your children and grandchildren.
We thought why don't not focus on women cricketers, especially with the recent WPL. I know that India was always on the magic of cricket and especially the women cricketers. With that, we are again trying our level best to make sure that we spread awareness and we get more and more urban voters to come out and vote.
And we are campaigning for voting. Please vote this time to choose the right candidate. We all are playing cricket today to improve the voting system and we are campaigning for it.
We would like to, promote our business on this occasion of Let's Vote.
I support being a responsible democratic citizen of India. And as an educator, I take a vote today to promote the campaign in the school and make the children request their parents and be a part of democratic India, avail their rights and become a responsible citizen and choose their leader.
This is a very good cause for our state and whole country actually. We want to encourage everyone around me in schools and wherever in my society that all the adults should go and vote on voting day.
ఓటేద్దాం రండి, ఓటు మన హక్కే కాదు బాధ్యత కూడా అనేది గుర్తు చేయడానికి మెయిన్గా ఒక సందేశం ఇవ్వడానికి ఇలా మీ ముందుకు వచ్చాను.
I believe right to vote is a right to represent your future. So go ahead and vote. Everybody should vote, right to vote.
Grab the vote because you have the power to change the future. Vote and bring the change.
Voting is a privilege to shape our futures. Let's vote. Let the democracy take decisions.
To To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Thank you for that very warm welcome. Kaya Wanju and Namaskara. Kaya Wanju is the word for hello in the language of the Whadjuk Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land where I live in Perth, Western Australia. The Whadjuk Noongar people have a cultural heritage that dates back many thousands of years. And it has been wonderful to learn more about the equally rich cultural heritage of the state of Telangana. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Anumula Ravant Reddy, Chief Minister, the Honourable Dudila Sridhar Babu, the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, and for the very warm welcome to the great state of Telangana. I'm delighted to be here in Hyderabad today at BioAsia 2024 during this official ministerial visit on behalf of the West Australian Government. It's been a pleasure to meet many of the representatives from your thriving biotech industry as global partners. The size of your globally renowned life sciences sector is breathtaking, and I am thrilled with the opportunity to experience it firsthand. As well as sharing an Indian Ocean, both of our states share an entrepreneurial spirit. This is reflected in our shared vision of transitioning to future economies that decarbonise, inclusive and innovative and diverse. It is also reflected in our shared emphasis on the knowledge economy, with a mutual understanding that fostering the growth of our innovation ecosystems will result in jobs, prosperity and increased accessibility to world-class healthcare. I'm honoured to speak with you today about West Australia's vision for our own health and medical life sciences sector. The West Australian Government has a clear vision for our future economy, a vision that by 2035 would see us at the forefront of a cleaner, greener, more tech-savvy economy that provides high-quality jobs and high-quality products and services to the world. The West Australian Government has been embarking on a targeted approach to attracting investment and growing trade opportunities that will enable Western Australian industry to become smarter, more sustainable and more diversified. As a $410 billion economy, our interest is in growing industries to diversify this economy, which includes support for 8 key industries. Prominent amongst these is the health and medical life sciences sector. With 1/3 of Australia's land mass, our healthcare system spans the largest geographical healthcare jurisdiction on the planet, delivering in some of our harshest and most remote conditions. We have recognised the importance of activities that will improve the value and productivity across multiple sectors of the external-facing economy. With respect to health and medical life sciences, our goal is to leverage our investments in our world-class hospitals, medical research institutes, and research universities. Over the past 5 years, WA's health and medical life sciences ecosystem has doubled. As we are well aware, COVID-19 highlighted the importance of innovative healthcare solutions. It made us aware of the importance of building sovereign capability, of ensuring and securing local and global health and medical supply chains, so that ourselves and our partners are resilient in the face of supply disruptions and global healthcare challenges. One key action the West Australian Government has taken in the establishment of the Future Health Research and Innovation Health Fund 2020. This sovereign wealth fund, built from the success of our iron ore exports, currently stands at 1.8 billion Australian dollars. It provides a secure source of funding to drive health and medical research in Western Australia, delivering innovation and commercialisation outcomes. This fund has already made investments into a range of research programs, and these opportunities are only accelerating. Western Australia has a world-class, vibrant innovation ecosystem underpinned by our leading research institutions, globally competitive manufacturing capability and highly skilled workforce. In order to support this ecosystem, the West Australian Government has established the Skilled Migrant Job Connect program. This program supports skilled migrants with funding and free settlement services, including mentoring and cultural training to help them establish their lives in Western Australia and participate in Western Australia's workforce. More information is available at the West Australian Expo stand here in BioAsia. West Australia's health and medical life sciences sector has many strengths, including a world-class research base and entrepreneurial talent in health and medical research and clinical practice. 5 universities that all have strengths in life sciences and are outstanding medical research institutes with specialisation in areas including paediatrics, rare diseases, personalised medicine and ear and eye health. The emergence of a contemporary, technologically enabled healthcare system that is comprised of a blend of public and private hospitals offering advanced practice and strong emphasis on clinical trials. Western Australia is a unique jewel that will allow you to succeed in business and live in an amazing lifestyle surrounded by one of the most pristine landscapes that you'll find on the planet. Western Australia is already home to some of the world's leading researchers, innovators, and over the next decade, we will see some amazing advances in homegrown research and innovation. I'm very proud to be here today, leading the delegation of healthcare providers, digital health, biotech companies from Western Australia. I invite you all to learn more about Western Australia and to consider bringing your talents to our state, expanding your business in our region, and accessing all that Perth has to offer as a launchpad for the rest of Australasia. The West Australian Government, through the Invest and Trade Western Australia office located in India, please reach out or visit us at our booth to engage with Western Australia. Thank you for your warm welcome today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We've been told that makes us the fastest growing company in Hyderabad. Our latest $100 million investment will bring over 1,500 BMS employees together across IT, drug development, and global business operations to enhance our innovation capabilities for patients everywhere. And that adds up to much better problem solving with many more smart people and creating a hub to enable the people we bring into the organization to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. One final misconception that I want to address is to those who say that what we do is easy. It's not. It's filled with risk-taking, calculation, and ups and downs. And I'll give you one example from my own career. I had the pleasure of working on cell therapy when it was a very nascent technology. No one knew it was going to work. In fact, there were many days we looked across the table and we said it's definitely not going to work. And here we are today, scientific advancements enabling us literally to turn the body into its own medicine. As a leader in cell therapy, we are incredibly excited about these advances, but it didn't happen overnight. It happened incrementally. What I find when I talk to people outside of the industry and sometimes within the industry is that they really don't understand how iterative and incremental the process of innovation is. That's because people like to focus on light bulb moments. But we know it's the everyday moments, the constant moments of looking for a cure or a path forward for patients, and that's the driver of innovation. Scientists toiled for decades to deliver on the promise of immuno-oncology or immunotherapy, harnessing the body's immune system to fight cancer. We were the first to actually make it happen, and the impact has been transformational. It wasn't that long ago that if you were diagnosed with melanoma, you typically had less than 12 months to live. Our first trials in melanoma with our first IO agent, ipilimumab, showed about a 20-month survival. And some people said, well, that's only an 8-month advance. Not that impressive. But what they didn't realize is that 8 months raises the bar. It becomes the new baseline, the new standard against which the next generation of medicines will be measured. And today, we have patients treated with our combination IO therapies that have been alive for 6 years and some as long as 10 years. The increments matter because they are finally adding up to the cure that newly diagnosed melanoma patients can hope for today. And as the only company with 3 approved IO agents in the United States, we continue to raise the bar again and again. There are countless other examples of how increments really add up to patient benefit. But what if we could go from incremental to exponential? I am super excited about the promise of AI and other digital tools to help us move faster and with a higher probability of success. It's the accelerant that can help us deliver more medicines even faster. We can talk about the impact of this technology from a couple of different perspectives. First, it can be an accelerant operationally. I'll use BMS examples, but I really think this is something that's happening across the biopharmaceutical industry. With AI tools, we can write protocols for clinical trials much faster. Instead of months, we can do it in days. The magnitude of impact can be the difference between a patient enrolling in a clinical trial or not. And for patients with serious diseases like cancer, that can mean the difference between life and death. And here's the great part. This work, in large part, will be happening right here in India for BMS. We've used digital tools to model real-world data so that we know if our drugs are working, if they're going to be better than the standard of care. We harness real-world data to create virtual cohorts, collections of virtual patients that enable us to reach decisions much faster. That means instead of recruiting 1,000 patients, we only need 500. Instead of taking 6 years, that trial might only take 3 years. And within research, we're using AI to make better molecules faster. In fact, all of our small molecule trials will be enabled by AI by the end of this year. And again, all of this work is or will be happening right here in India. Those are pretty nice examples of incremental improvements. But what I'm really excited about is how can this make us better at doing what we fundamentally do as a company, applying digital tools to really complicated areas of science to make game-changing advances. Remember how I said that 10 years ago we didn't know if cell therapy would work? Well, today, once a patient is diagnosed with certain blood cancers, we can take cells out of the body and re-engineer those cells to recognize their cancer and then eventually re-infuse them back into the patient. Once inside, those engineered cells attack and kill the cancer. It's a truly remarkable scientific breakthrough. When we first started, there was so much we didn't know. Which patients would benefit, how to design the clinical trials, how to best engineering the manufacturing process. With digital and computational tools, we can now answer all of those questions. And that's enabled us to be a leader in this fast-growing and incredibly exciting field. So much so, we're now moving beyond cancer and taking aim at autoimmune disease with our next generation technology. We call this next generation technology Next-T. Using our broad experience in autoimmune diseases such as MS and lupus, we can jump the gap by using AI models trained on thousands of patients to predict features linked to manufacturing success and to safety. And if successful, this will be groundbreaking. We're aiming to provide a functional cure for these types of diseases, and that's never been seen before. And we're focused on making this incredible technology more broadly available, and that includes here in India. I was just talking to a doctor who treats patients with lupus. He told me about a 30-year-old woman with young children at home, and when he provided the lupus diagnosis, the woman was relieved. Now she knew what was causing her to feel incredible joint and muscle pain. She was prescribed a powerful immunosuppressant, which is the standard of care. And then she asked, when do I come off of this medicine? And the physician had to tell her never. Now imagine being 30 years old and finding out you have to take an injectable medicine that puts you at risk for infection for the rest of your life. Being able to offer this woman a functional cure would be life-changing. It would be a major disruption in the standard of care. These are medicines that matter, that bring transformational benefit. But let's not stop there. What if we could improve the standard of care for diagnosis? Obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM, is a thickening of the heart muscle wall that makes it difficult for the heart to fill with blood. Untreated, HCM can result in life-threatening irregular heart rhythms and sudden death. Mavacamten is our game-changing treatment for HCM. It's the first medicine to treat the underlying causes of the disease, not just the symptoms. In fact, just last week, a physician showed me this picture when he was reviewing scans from his patient. And he said, look, you can see that the heart is remodeling itself. But HCM has always been hard to diagnose, even for specialists. It can take an average of 2 years from the time the patient develops symptoms to when they get a definitive diagnosis and treatment. So the question is, how do we identify patients with HCM sooner and enable earlier detection? Well, we partnered with Viz.ai, which is a company that supplies analytics to hospitals that help interpret the thousands of electrocardiograms administered across those systems. With our sponsorship, they developed an algorithm to analyze ECG results, looking for very hard to find markers for HCM. And when the algorithm detects possible HCM, it alerts doctors which patients need additional evaluation, and that can shave off significant time to when patients are able to benefit from this medicine. Just last August, the FDA issued clearance for this algorithm, and that's a first. It's also a great example of the value of collaborations and partnerships and how they can speed the way to patient solutions. We've always said we don't have a monopoly on great ideas. Working together, we can do so much more than we can do alone, such as tackling really difficult scientific challenges like Alzheimer's disease, a large and growing unmet need around the world. And while there are now 2 approved products in the US to treat Alzheimer's, other approaches are urgently needed. Here you see a human brain. There are billions of cells in every single brain, and within each one of those cells, 20,000 genes are expressed at different levels, all leading to this coordinated story in the human brain that we don't fully understand. For example, we know that when certain proteins begin to clump or aggregate in the brain, this leads to inflammation, which in turn causes brain cells to die. And when brain cells die, symptoms begin to emerge, such as memory loss. With AI tools, we can look at each and every one of those cells and sort through the features of protein aggregation that correlate to someone who will develop Alzheimer's disease. We now know that one of the most important proteins that aggregates in the brain is called tau. By clearing tau protein from the brain, we hypothesize that we will prevent inflammation and, most importantly, prevent brain cells from dying. We have an anti-tau antibody in early development that, if successful, could potentially prevent cognitive decline and give someone many more years of their memory to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. And that's what we think of as truly transformational. And that's what drives us at Bristol Myers Squibb. These are just a few of the many examples of how digital technologies and tools, and frankly, our hearts being in the right place, can start to shift the incremental to the exponential. What an incredibly exciting time to be in this industry. We have witnessed tremendous progress in how patients with serious diseases can be treated and respond to transformational medicines. Over the last 100 years, we've gained 25 years of life expectancy through innovation with vaccines, modern medicines, and frankly, really smart and dedicated people doing the hard work. Integrate digital technology, we can add another 25 years of life expectancy in half the time. But of course, the ultimate accelerant is the human in the room. It's people. And we believe that will always be the case. Talented, passionate people who work with a singular focus to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. On a personal note, having grown up in a small town in Arkansas in the American South, I could never have imagined that I would be here today in the midst of the monumental advances that we are making as an industry and that are on display here at BioAsia. I was very fortunate, though, to be raised by a large, tight-knit family. Almost every night, we spent time together, not just as an immediate family, but as an extended family and friends and relatives. And those experiences taught me about the value of community, being part of something bigger than the individual, where people have each other's backs. It is my hope that we can remind each other of the importance of finding the best in people and appreciating every contribution that gets made. I am so excited about what we can do together and am honored to be part of the future that is being made right here in India today. Together, we can shape the future of healthcare globally and deliver more for patients. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good morning, and thank you all, Honorable Chief Minister Reddy Garu and Minister Babu Garu, and as well as distinguished guests. It's such a tremendous pleasure to be representing Bristol Myers Squibb at this important conference, and it's a true honor to be giving the keynote address shortly. I just want to say a very sincere thank you to the organizers of this event. This event really does epitomize the ecosystem that has been created here in India and here specifically in Hyderabad. Bristol Myers Squibb has an almost 30-year commitment to India, and I'm extremely pleased that we have established a presence now here in Hyderabad. In less than a year, we have taken our presence from an idea to almost 1,000 employees. And that success was not by accident. It came about because of the tremendous support that we've received from the honorable ministers, from the government of Telangana, from the organizers of this event. And I sincerely thank all of you. India and now Hyderabad are at the center of our mission as a company to deliver truly transformational medicines to patients. So it is a heartfelt thank you to all of you, and I look forward to this conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Very good morning to all, and welcome to the state of Telangana, the pride capital of our people of Telangana, Hyderabad. Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revant Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister from Western Australia, the Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, and the valued members of the life sciences community. And it's absolute pleasure and honor to address you all today at the prestigious 21st edition of the BioAsia Summit. The journey began 21 years ago, and we congratulate and honor all the life sciences community partners who have played the role in building the beautiful ecosystem in and around the world and India too, to create a better world for the citizens of the global and also to the Indian citizens. I thank you all for playing a pivotal role for creating and putting all your energies, strength, intellectual capacities to create a beautiful world for the people. So it is not every day that we see the several Fortune 500 company CEOs, accomplished scientific leaders like Greg Semenzo, honored Nobel laureate, who is here with us today, that too in state of Telangana. We are honored, sir. And also the captains for several industries who gathered here in this part of this world. This is only possible because of the reputation that the BioAsia event has built. I am truly inspired by the enthusiasm displayed by you all, your dedication and for this advancement of science and healthcare, and which is truly commendable. I am honored to be a part of this esteemed community with the presence of Honorable Chief Minister. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu and I were in Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting last month. And the enthusiasm displayed by the various global investors, particularly the life sciences community, towards Telangana and our vision is extraordinary, and we are very, very thankful for the encouragement they have shown us during our trip to Davos. I am proudly stating that, the state has got 40,232 crores investments, which speaks volume about the confidence of the investors aligned with BioAsia. I had the pleasure of inaugurating the global R&D centers of BMS and the Providence yesterday. And I am delighted to note that both of them have very aggressive growth plans. Thank you, Mr. Chris, and thank you, Hatchman, for your trust in Telangana. And I promise that we will extend all the necessary support you require. As we look into the future, I wish to reassure our investors that their trust in Telangana will yield significant returns. I would also like to use this opportunity to use this wonderful platform to inform you that we are committed to the growth of life sciences sector in Telangana, and we are keen in taking this sector to the next level. Among other initiatives, we will be soon launching a new life sciences policy for the state. The new life sciences policy, which I would like to tell you, is the fusion between the technology, between the life sciences, between the pharma industry, between the policy, between the regulatory agencies. The new life sciences policy, which is not there anywhere in the country. The new dynamic entrepreneurial life sciences policy will be annual in the next few months from now. This will be aimed at positioning our Telangana as an important nodal in the global value chain for the life sciences sector. We will catalyze the robust socio-economic growth through the strategic investments, job creation, and the nurturing of an innovation-centric environment. We aspire to cultivate an ecosystem that not only generates employment opportunities, but also serves as a hub for pioneering therapies, ensuring their accessibility to our citizens and beyond. And I would like to add, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu, is very, very committed to reflect that the Hyderabad, especially the state of Telangana, shall become the skill capital of India. One of our potential and very strong investor was just asking me a question. All the investors, all the global players are looking forward to keep their centers in and around Hyderabad and in Telangana. What will happen to the skill which is available right now. So keeping that in view, our Chief Minister and our government already envisioned a plan of putting skill universities. The skill universities will produce enough talent, enough skill. 2 years' time from now, we are tying up with a policy which will be linked to our educational system and to the industry, bringing out a new revolution in terms of providing value to academia. This is like we are making mandatory the internship programs with the industry. All the students who would be studying in state of Telangana would be exposed to the industry needs. That the internship program of 3 to 6 months will give a platform for all the students who would be, becoming the employees for either for the life sciences, either for the IT, either for the manufacturing sector. So I don't see any human skill deficiency. And you have all seen many who are on the dais. Like we have Mr. Satish Reddy. You can see from Novartis, Mr. Naveen, they reflect the human capital, and the best human capital is only available and will be available and shall be available only in Hyderabad. With these few words, I thank you once again, and hope your deliberations for the next 2 days will go a long way. Thank you, one and all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Honorable Chief Minister and friends, it has been a privilege for me to have been associated since 2012 when I was chair of Janssen, and I came from Belgium and found this little nucleus being created here in Hyderabad, and it has grown into a gigantic scale of a hub for innovation, which is incredible proof to the efforts that's been put here in the past. Now, I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to say they've moved from just disrupting the current state of affairs towards creating the future. And to end with Dr. Paul Janssen's words, the patients are waiting, so let's move ahead. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Thank you. It's the first time I've ever followed a Nobel laureate. I'll give this a try. Coming to Hyderabad is like coming home for us. As many of you know in this audience, Hyderabad is the home of the Providence Global Center. We've been in Hyderabad now for 4 years, and we are the first health system in the United States that has established a presence in India, in Hyderabad, particularly for information technology and the concepts around AI and data. Today, we have 1,400 caregivers in Hyderabad. Yesterday, we were glad to dedicate our new headquarters here, and we look at the future in exponential growth in Hyderabad. We consider Hyderabad and Providence, India, as important as Providence, California, or Providence, Washington. Our hometown, so thank you so much for everything that we have here, and we look to a bright future as we go forward. Our home headquarters is in Seattle, Washington, which in a lot of ways has a lot of similarities to Hyderabad. We're the home of Microsoft. What's that other company that starts with an A? I think it's called Amazon. So we are used to living in a high-tech hub. But we very, very carefully selected Hyderabad, and two of my colleagues that are with me today have been in India, in Hyderabad, for 20 years. And they did the initial work to get Microsoft started here in India, and they've done a tremendous job for us at Providence. What we're looking forward to in the United States, I'm the past chair of the American Hospital Association. In the United States, we have 5,000 hospitals, and probably, I would say, about 800 to 1,000 health systems. What we're looking forward to the future is bringing partnerships of other health systems to us in India. And we've already started with one, Advent Health, that started, but I can tell you there's a lineup of my colleagues in the United States that want to be part of what's happening in India. So why India, why Hyderabad, and what's the transformation? So healthcare, like in India, is a little bit chaotic at times. I represent the delivery side of healthcare. So we're situated in the western United States, and we have hospitals, 52 hospitals from Alaska to Lubbock, Texas. We have over 1,000 clinics, and we have 121,000 caregivers in the United States, and we service anywhere from 5 to 10 million patients in the U.S. About 8 years ago, we said we need to transform our own healthcare system and healthcare. And we needed to go from just a patient care delivery system to an information and services company. So we figured out we couldn't do it alone, so we started hiring people from Amazon and Microsoft and other tech companies to help transform our organization. And one of the first things they said, we need to broaden our scope of computer engineering, and that's why we're here in India. But more than that, we really needed to become a data and analytics organization. So last year, as we've left COVID, we called last year at Providence the year of human connection. We stopped getting behind our screens and started to get back together like what we're doing today. But this year, we declared, and going forward, of transformation and collaboration. Transformation and collaboration. Healthcare needs to transform. The delivery side needs to transform. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the tools of AI and data. So Providence started on a journey to digitize itself and to become a completely digital company, which I would say over the last 5 years, we're almost there. In addition to that, we said that as a healthcare organization, we need to diversify our portfolio. So today, we're a services company that implements electronic health records in Great Britain, in Western Europe, and almost every state in the United States. So a lot of times when a new electronic health record is going on, our people are doing that work as we go forward. The second thing that we said is that we need, data is chaotic in healthcare. And we were not willing to allow our friends at Microsoft and Facebook and Amazon to take our health data. So what we did is said, let's get the health systems of the United States together to create our own data company. Today, Truveta is about 3 years old. It has over 35 health systems that are contributing all of their healthcare data to one point. The power of this is immense. So we account for anywhere from 12 to 15% and growing of all healthcare data in the United States. The importance in terms of biomedical research is that database is incredibly diverse. So it has everything from Hawaiian Islanders to people living in South Central Los Angeles to people that live in Alaska. That kind of a database is critically important to our friends in pharma who are looking to unlock unique properties for medications that they have. Amongst that, it's almost limitless. The United States government has started to ask us about our data and how we collect it. And we think this is going to be a revolution in the way we do it. But what's critically important is it's data owned by the people that actually do the work and take care of the patients. And we have been tremendously successful in that. In addition to that, we created an organization called Tegria, which enables us to provide services to other hospitals all around the United States and ultimately around the world and particularly in Europe as we stand now. So we've really diversified our portfolio. In addition, we talk about the 6 Ds at Providence. digitization, diversification. Then the third one's a little controversial, deconstruction, which means we take the health system apart and decide which components are the most important, which ones have value. Today, Providence, in addition to its 52 hospitals, 1,000 clinics, 120,000 caregivers, we're in supportive housing. We have our own health plan, and we even have a high school in Burbank, California. And all of my investors ask us, why did we hold on to a high school in Burbank, California, Providence High School? And when with our investors, they say, we need to know what 14 to 16-year-olds are thinking. And it's really our laboratory to understand where the future is going. We were started 170 years ago in the territory of Washington in the western United States. That tradition, we've always changed, we've always innovated as we went forward. And our saying at Providence is that we exist at an intersection between compassion and innovation. Last year, we did over $2 billion of free care community service in the United States, in addition to being a $28 billion healthcare corporation. We're looking at the collaboration amongst healthcare systems to really solve some of the problems that we have in the United States in the development of care. So those are the first 3 Ds. Well, what else is there in other Ds? The other D is the delivery of care. We're looking at the scientific way that we deliver care to decrease technologically the burden on doctors and nurses. So today we have a co-caring model of nursing so that our nurses in our hospitals and clinics literally have partners that are on their computers at home doing some of the work along with them. So we look at that as a way to make the difference in healthcare, and we look at things like telemedicine and all of those techniques to really revolutionize the D, which is the delivery of care. What's the fifth D? Diagnostic and therapeutics. If you have any doubt about that, you heard from our first 2 speakers. I've been a physician for 45 years, and we've seen just a dramatic change in what we're able to do. When I started in practice, we kept a total hip replacement in the hospital for 2 weeks. Today, we do it as an outpatient. One of our surgeons operated during COVID on a patient in London from his robotic surgery platform in Seattle, Washington. Seattle operating on a patient in London. So the delivery of care and how we do it and the diagnostics that we use are just going to be remarkable. I'm on the board of GE Healthcare, so very, very interested in the diagnostics that we use in CT scanning and others that make such a difference in our ability to diagnose and care for patients rapidly and thoughtfully. I would never think today what we're able to do 45 years ago in terms of what we're able to offer patients. The last D is probably the most important. I cheat a little bit. It's data and artificial intelligence. So today, Providence has a whole group of folks that do nothing but think about the applications of artificial intelligence. One of the things that we've done, which is different than others that are dabbling in artificial intelligence, is we've said, how do we apply AI to make clinicians and nurses smarter and have less burden? So what's the biggest problem today that most physicians have on the front line? They have an electronic inbox that is this big. And they spend most of their time trying to answer electronic questions and everything else from their patients. Many of us send our questions on our iPhones to our physicians. Well, we've used AI to basically empty the inbox for physicians. So using bots and using artificial intelligence, we triage what the questions are, what has to be answered, and most importantly, who has to answer them. We're also developing AI techniques that can give physicians the answers to complex questions at the point of service. something we call Pearl, which enables clinicians to really have the information that they need. When I was back as an intern and a resident a few years ago, I had everything in a book in my pocket. Today that, I can listen to it in my ear sequence to understand what are the choices and what are the things that we have to do to make patients better, faster, and smarter. Today, we don't read an EKG. It's read electronically for us. Most of you have a watch and you're checking your own EKG as we go. We believe that through AI, things like making sure that CAT scans and MRIs are read the right way, this will become commonplace. And we need to use these techniques to make care smarter and better. We need to take the average physician and turn them into the superb physician. And that's where we really see this exciting interface between technology and healthcare. When we first started hiring technology people at Providence, technology people did not understand healthcare people. Healthcare people did not understand technology people. So we had a Venn diagram, and we had them both here. When you put the two together, that's where magic occurs. So we brought in our folks from Microsoft and everywhere else and sat them down with our clinicians, with our scientists, and with our administrators. And I think that's the secret sauce, to understand how technology can work practically and how data can be used to accelerate what a healthcare system can do. And that's what we believe. Today, we think there's going to be further consolidation of the health systems. We're talking to health systems in India about what they're doing because we believe there's commonality in the problems that we're solving. When we had COVID first hit, we had the first patient who had COVID in Washington State back in 2020. Within one day, we were on the phone with our colleagues in China and in Italy to understand what we needed to do with our patients. And that sense of collaboration is something particularly for us is going to be critically important as we go forward. But we're looking at consolidating all the business practices of healthcare systems in the United States together. So I pose the question, why should every healthcare system in the country and the world have their own cybersecurity? It makes no sense. In order to combat what we need to do on the cyber side, we need to do this together. So we believe things like information technology, cyber, data, actually even finding the right people to work at our hospitals and clinics are things that we should do together as a group of health systems. So we'll be announcing within the next few months what we call the Health System Collaborative, HSC, which means these are health systems in the United States that have said, we're going to look at the whole back office of healthcare and drive that together, both to do it less expensively, but better. So, our vision, as you can see up here, is health for a better world. We look at ourselves as not just a United States-based health ministry, but an international health ministry. And we feel that one of the keys to our success and the success of healthcare in the United States is going to be our commitment here in India with some of the smartest IT technology people we have and that collaboration. So thank you so much for having me here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It's a great honor to speak to you all today about a subject near and dear to my heart, which is oxygen. And we require many things in this life, but nothing more than oxygen. And if you dispute that fact, please hold your breath and I'll get back to you later. The discovery of a system that ensures that every one of the 50 trillion cells in your body receives adequate oxygen at every moment of every day for your entire life. And this is basically a very simple matter of supply and demand. The cells use oxygen to generate energy in the mitochondria, and then we have respiratory and circulatory systems to deliver that oxygen. And the hypoxia-inducible factors that we discovered serve to regulate oxygen supply and demand. If oxygen is not available, the cells use metabolic processes that don't require oxygen, and oxygen delivery is increased through changes in the circulatory and respiratory systems. Well, this was the scene in Stockholm in 2009. You can see the royal family on the right, the laureates on the left, and Nobel in the middle there. This was the King of Sweden giving me the Nobel Award, and this is the award. Thank you very much. On the front, you can see Albert Nobel, his birth date, and the year that he died, which was 1896, and he died on December 10th. And so the Nobel Prizes are awarded on December 10th every year, which is a fairly dark day in Stockholm. But it was also very nice in the winter. And then on the back, you can see my name and the date of the award, 2019. And then in Latin across the top is a quotation from Virgil, which translated into English is roughly, "Let us improve life through science and art." And truly, we've tried to improve life through science. And this started 33 years earlier when we asked a question. We knew that the kidneys produced a hormone called erythropoietin, or EPO. And EPO is secreted into the bloodstream and goes to the bone marrow and stimulates red blood cell production. And of course, it's red blood cells that carry oxygen to all the cells in the body. And the body doesn't count red blood cells. Only hematologists do that. What the body does is sense oxygen delivery. And if oxygen delivery is not adequate systemically, it increases the production of EPO, and that leads to an increase in red blood cell mass and oxygen delivery. So it's a beautiful homeostatic system to maintain systemic oxygen delivery. And when we set out, we wanted to try to understand how do cells in the kidney sense oxygen availability and respond to decreased oxygen or hypoxia by increasing EPO production. And we first identified a sequence that's just downstream of the EPO gene in the human genome that's now known as the hypoxia response element. And this short 33 base pair sequence has the property that it can be taken out of the EPO gene, inserted into a heterologous gene, and the expression of that gene will now be induced by hypoxia. And we use that DNA sequence to identify a protein that was present in hypoxic cells, but not in cells that had adequate oxygen, and which bound to this DNA sequence. And we called this protein hypoxia-inducible factor 1, or HIF1. So a factor is a protein. Inducible means it's made in response to a stimulus, and the stimulus is hypoxia, or low oxygen levels. So this protein HIF1 was the first member of a family of proteins identified that are critical for oxygen homeostasis. And when we looked at the levels of the two subunits of this protein, which we called HIF1 alpha and HIF1 beta because we're scientists, so we like to use Greek letters, we found that the HIF1 alpha subunit was present at very high levels in the nucleus of hypoxic cells, and then decayed exponentially as oxygen concentrations were elevated. And it turned out that the levels of the HIF1 alpha protein were regulated by a very elegant mechanism, which is that when oxygen is available, an oxygen atom is inserted into the protein, and this is a signal for its degradation. So when oxygen is available, this hydroxylation event occurs. It occurs on one of two different proline residues within the protein, and this allows the binding of a protein called the von Hippel-Lindau protein, or VHL. And when VHL binds to the hydroxylated HIF1 alpha, this is a signal for its destruction in a area of the cell called the proteasome. So your body is continuously making HIF1 alpha, and if oxygen is available, it's degraded, and if it's not available, the protein rapidly accumulates within hypoxic cells. So this ability to regulate the levels of the protein is critical for understanding, for example, why erythropoietin is made at increasingly large amounts under hypoxic conditions. So hypoxia, as I mentioned, is an imbalance between oxygen supply and demand. It can be due either to the fact that cells are using more oxygen. So, for example, in a tumor, there are more cells consuming oxygen, leading to a hypoxia within the tumor. Or it could be due to a decrease in oxygen delivery, as occurs with, for example, atherosclerotic coronary artery disease, where the delivery of blood through one of the main coronary arteries is impaired. And in either case, HIF1 is induced, and it turns on the expression within each cell of hundreds of genes. Some of these genes serve to increase oxygen delivery, like EPO. Sometimes this occurs only within certain cell types. So, for example, if there's vascular ischemia, only the tissue that is subject to the ischemia shows an increase in HIF1 levels, and this leads to the production of factors that stimulate blood vessel growth, such as vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF. And then there are also proteins that are induced that allow cells to survive oxygen deprivation. And the classic intracellular adaptation is the switch from oxidative to glycolytic metabolism that is controlled by HIF1. So now we know of over 8,000 different RNAs that in one cell type or another are induced by hypoxia and allow adaptation. And as I mentioned, the beautiful plasticity of this system is that every cell responds in a unique manner. So the HIFs send a signal, there's hypoxia, respond, and then every cell responds depending on how it's programmed. And this leads to these beautiful individual responses throughout the body. Well, it turned out that HIF1 had two siblings, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha. These proteins are structurally and functionally similar to HIF1 alpha. They're regulated through the oxygen dependent degradation, and they can also dimerize with HIF1 beta and activate transcription. And whereas HIF1 alpha is present only in is present in all metazoan species and pretty much all nucleated cells within every metazoan species, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha are only present in certain cells and only in vertebrate species. So with the evolution of vertebrates, you had a much larger body mass, and this required in the specialized systems of oxygen delivery, like the respiratory and circulatory systems, to evolve. And as part of that process, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha came about. Principally, they're active during development to establish the systems of oxygen delivery. Well, I mentioned this beautiful system for regulating red blood cell production through EPO. And this system is dysregulated in individuals with chronic kidney disease. And the more severe the chronic kidney disease, the greater the deficiency in EPO production. And prior to 1986, patients required transfusions of red blood cells, and that put them at risk of various viral diseases. And so it was a really tremendous advance when the EPO gene was cloned and recombinant EPO was produced as one of the first biotech drugs in 1986. And this greatly improved the quality of life in patients with chronic kidney disease. The patients would go to the doctor and say, I feel terrible. The doctor would say, of course you feel terrible. You have chronic kidney disease. But the reason they felt terrible was that they were anemic. And when the anemia was treated, they felt much better. So this was a great improvement in the quality of life. Of course, it's an injectable biologic, which has certain limitations. And some patients, for various reasons, don't respond to EPO. So the next advance was the identification of drugs that target the protein, the HIF-1 alpha hydroxylation that I described. And these drugs inhibit the enzyme that inserts that oxygen atom, so that now there are higher levels of HIF production, leading to higher production of EPO. And this probably involves EPO production in the liver, where EPO is made in the fetus. And that probably accounts why even patients who don't have kidneys, who have their kidneys removed, respond to these drugs. So these are small molecules, so they can be taken by mouth. They increase HIF activity, they increase EPO synthesis, and they increase red blood cell production. And this is the chemical structure of the first of these drugs that underwent clinical trials, and that first clinical trial was performed here in Asia. This drug, roxadustat, has been approved in a number of countries, and there are now 5 different HIF stabilizers that have been improved in various countries for the treatment of anemia in patients with chronic kidney disease. So this was really the first translation of our basic science discoveries to the clinic. Well, the next part of the talk involves this very distinguished gentleman, whose name was Eugen von Hippel, and he had the title of Professor Extraordinary, which is quite a title, at the University of Heidelberg. And he was an ophthalmologist in the early 1900s who identified patients who had retinal lesions, and these were retinal tumors called hemangioblastomas, retinal hemangioblastomas. So he identified these tumors, and then a Swedish pathologist named Lindau in the 1920s performed autopsies on patients with these retinal hemangioblastomas and found that these patients often had tumors elsewhere in their body, particularly in the kidney. And so this collection, and this was found to be inherited through an autosomal dominant mechanism in families, and this became known as the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And this is a section of a kidney cancer from a patient with von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. It's called clear cell renal cell carcinoma because you can see the cells don't stain well with hematoxin and eosin. And this is because they're filled with glycogen and lipid, because their metabolism has been dysregulated, because they lack that VHL protein that I described to you that binds to the hydroxylated HIFs and causes their degradation. So in the germline, they have one wild-type allele and one mutant allele, and then in the kidney, the wild-type allele is mutated, so there's no functional VHL, and that drives the tumor formation. You can see on the left the parental cells from a patient who has a kidney tumor, and you can see that regardless of whether we culture the cells at high oxygen or low oxygen, there are very high levels of HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha. But if we insert a functional copy of the VHL gene back into these cells, you can see now at high oxygen conditions, the HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha are being degraded again. So it's the failure to have the normal oxygen-dependent degradation of the HIFs that drives the formation of these kidney tumors. So we can put those parental cells back into a mouse and they will form a tumor, but the rescued cells will not. And we know now that the HIFs are activated in common cancers as well as in the hereditary von Hippel-Lindau syndrome, and that the HIFs contribute to cancer progression by turning on the expression of genes that contribute to every critical aspect of cancer progression. And so it was very exciting when a small biotech company called Peloton in Dallas developed a small molecule that can bind to HIF2 alpha, which plays a particularly critical role in kidney cancer in von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And when this drug, which is now called belzutifan, binds to HIF2 alpha, it prevents HIF2 alpha from forming a functional dimer with HIF1 beta. So there's now no functional HIF2 within the cells. And this was one of the first trials of belzutifan, and this is a waterfall plot looking at the change in tumor growth. The yellow bars show patients who have had a decrease in tumor growth. That's called a partial response. And then the black bars are patients whose tumors have not changed significantly, and that's referred to as stable disease. And the combination of those two, which is known as the disease control rate, was 80% in this trial in a disease where there was basically no effective therapy once the tumor had spread beyond the kidney. So this was a truly remarkable result. And within several years, the U.S. FDA had approved the drug for the treatment of renal cell carcinoma in patients with the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And then more recently, last year, the FDA approved belzutifan as a third-line treatment of other renal cell carcinomas in patients who don't have the hereditary form of the disease. As I mentioned, in my lab, we've been developing drugs that are both HIF1 and HIF2 dual inhibitors that work well in a variety of cancers. And one of the really remarkable effects of these drugs is that they take the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about from a very small number to a very high number, so that we can completely eradicate the cancers in half of the animals that we treat with the combination of these drugs. And we think that this is going to have a dramatic impact on the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about earlier. Well, I just wanted to have a few closing thoughts. The first, as we all know, is that it all starts with education, specifically science education. And unfortunately, you know that in India better than we know that in the U.S. It's sad to say. But we start with that. We do basic science because that gives us fundamental discoveries that impact on disease processes. And then if we're lucky, we can translate that into novel therapies, which if they involve small molecules can decrease costs and increase global healthcare accessibility. The focus on development of biologicals, which is very great interest now, has perhaps the drawback that these drugs are difficult to transport and store in areas without advanced healthcare systems. And so there are still many advantages to trying to develop small molecule drugs, I think. On the right is my high school biology teacher, Rose Nelson. She was my inspiration for a career in science. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I welcome Professor Greg Semanza to please share his acceptance speech.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and assembled dignitaries and guests, it's a great honor for me to accept the 2024 Genome Valley Excellence Award. I would like to thank the BioAsia International Advisory Board, Shakti Nagapan, the CEO of BioAsia, and the government of Telangana. I'm also grateful to my wife, Laura, who is here today, and my children for their constant support. Throughout my career, I have endeavored, despite my many imperfections, to increase our understanding of fundamental biological processes with the hope of translating that knowledge to the clinic in the form of novel therapies for common diseases. It has been gratifying that our basic science discoveries have enabled the development of new effective treatments for anemia and kidney cancer, as I'll describe in my lecture. The current research in my laboratory is focused on, as you heard, the development of novel inhibitors of the hypoxia-inducible factors for two applications: the prevention of vision loss in patients with diabetic eye disease and macular degeneration, and also the treatment of a wide range of human cancers. In both of these areas, we have very encouraging results from animal studies and are hopeful that these drugs will progress to clinical trials in the near future. Thank you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister and rest of the dignitaries on the dais, and then the dynamic life science ecosystem of Hyderabad. We are very proud to be associated with the state of Telangana in supporting and promoting the cooperation between the two regions in life sciences segment. It's been underway as the international partner region for the past 2 years, and then we look forward to having more such engagements. We have also had the Telangana state team with the companies visiting Flanders, and then the discussions are at various levels of maturity levels. So we look forward to continue this engagement, and then we are proud, and then we would like to invite more companies to engage with us in the coming months. Once again, it's a great privilege and a pride to be the international partner region at the 21st BioAsia event, and wish the event all the success. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to share his insights and deliver the welcome address for BioAsia 2024. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Begin the 21st edition of BioAsia 2024. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Government of Telangana. 21 years ago, when this event was conceptualized and started, we never imagined that it will really capture the imagination of the entire industry, the entire research community, the administrators, policymakers, regulators. But as we have completed these 2 decades, we have realized that this has become one of the most looked forward event for the industry. The entire world, so to say, looks up to this event, tries to understand what are the new discussions, what are the new trends, what are the new partnerships that are going to be forged here. This is almost like the World Economic Forum's life sciences vertical, so to say, that gets represented here. I'm also happy to share that, like the earlier editions, this edition is going to have
some very important tactical discussions on some of the most pressing challenges, most pressing opportunities. Some of the most eminent speakers and thought leaders from across the world are present with us, who will be sharing their perspectives. Every year, one of the features which really makes people take note of is the interface that we have with regulatory agencies, with regulators. We know that life sciences is a very dynamic environment where we are always trying to keep pace with technology, with new regulations. So that is again getting covered here through multiple sessions. We also know that life sciences is one vertical which is getting disrupted very, very rapidly with innovations. And we have, again, lots of curated sessions which focus on innovation, particularly technology, digital technologies, and manufacturing technology. So I hope all of us would be able to make the best of this platform that has been created primarily by the Telangana government, of course with the help of all our partners, all our sponsors, and we look forward to a year-long engagement with all of you here in Telangana. I'm particularly happy that Honorable Chief Minister is attending this event after a long gap of many years that a Chief Minister is making his presence felt. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the delegates, and we look forward to listening to you on how you want to provide strategic leadership, not just to our country, but the whole world as the government of Telangana in this very important domain of life sciences. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Let us all have very productive, useful, and meaningful sessions. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and respected guests. Really privileged to be here. You know, I'm a Pakka Hyderabadi. I've grown up here, went to school, college, did my education here, went abroad working for a few companies. But when the opportunity came to actually come back to India and prove to the world the power of Indian intellect, I grabbed it with both hands. Today, Novartis has been a visionary, is here since over 15 years. But today, we have over 10% of our global headcount, 10% of the employees of Novartis based here. The impact of that, the easiest way I explain what Novartis does to my mother is when I tell her that the average lifespan has gone up 20 years in the last 50 years. Just in India, it's gone up 12 years in the last 20 years alone. And people live longer because of companies like Novartis. One of the few companies. So really privileged again to see several innovative pharma companies and many healthcare companies advancing technology for the benefit of humankind, for mankind, right from here in Hyderabad. The power of this congregation for the future is really incredible. So pleased to be associated with BioAsia for more than 10 years. I think, as I said, I think this is an amazing place for nearly 8,000 people at Novartis to make a global impact all over, improve lives, cure disease, extend lives anywhere in the world, right from here in Novartis Knowledge City, right in the high-tech city area. So thank you. Really privileged to be here and look forward to this congregation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
In biotechnology in the world, specializing in advanced biomanufacturing and personalized medicine. We specialize in vaccines. From the University of Queensland, the Gardasil vaccine came from there. We also supply the Nipah vaccine to India whenever you have a crisis that comes out of our building. And so all of this within this university environment where we do translation. We've translated $62 billion of product in the last 15 years. We have translated more than all the other universities of Australia put together, and then embedded in a Queensland environment of excellence. And my colleagues over there, if you want to do research in Australia?
As you know, AstraZeneca is the global pharmaceutical company with an aspiration to bring, being pioneers in science and bring innovation to the globe and also to the world. And we have also been very passionate, apart from bringing innovative science to India, but also on the sustainability. So we're doing a lot, and hope we will have a chance to talk about this innovation and sustainability in our panel discussion today. Thank you so much.
Our businesses span from API, generics, branded generics, services, biologics, and drug discovery. Today, primarily our revenue comes from generics, API, and related businesses, but we have a very ambitious drug discovery program, and we should talk about it today.
Worked probably under the most prolific researcher in his period, Dr. Paul Janssen, who was twice nominated for Nobel. I then also run the research institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotechnology, which is one of a world-class research institute. But I'm looking forward to I'm privileged to have this august panel next to me, who will probably give me a lot of new ideas. Thank you.
We are a large generic integrated manufacturer and marketeer, and also now pivoting towards discovery-led organization in terms of investing in small molecules, biologics, ADCs, vaccines, and continue to build both on the access and the affordability front.
Based in Cologne, Germany, and together with my colleagues and our associates, we want to advance medicine by discovering new cell and gene therapies, provide those therapies to potential other companies, and also have devices and equipment which allows discovery, research, and manufacturing. Besides that, we also have a pharma division called Miltenyi Biomedicine, who develops their own CAR-T therapies. Pleasure to be here.
We have recently started treating our patients with first make in India CAR-T cell therapy and first gene therapy from our country.
And the first question is to Ton. Ton, based on, and he and I go back in time, based on his experience in Janssen and in Miltenyi, do you find that the mindset is extremely important within not just the research community, but the entire company community to make innovation a reality? And number two, do you believe that some of the existing and new technologies will play a role as we move forward in the drug discovery area?
I go back to two inspirational leaders. I had, like Ajit, the privilege to know Dr. Paul Janssen, who brought with the speed of at least 2 medicines per year, breakthrough medicines, to the market. And at the same time, I'm working now 6 years with Miltenyi. Dr. Stefan Miltenyi brings also a breakthrough in cell and gene therapy by a ritual of at least once ASH per year. He has a number of very new tools. What makes it, in my view, in my experience, unique? Both think the patients are waiting. They have an eagerness to address the diseases today. And they're inspired by whether it's HIV, whether it's vaccines, whether it's oncology, whether it's CNS diseases. Address the diseases now. The patients cannot wait for a 12-year development program until we figure out. And COVID was a big example of that. So that's for me the number one reason, the eagerness to treat diseases. The second, being in an ecosystem which is fully equipped with top physicians and scientists who have the same eagerness to develop. And therefore, India is a fantastic place. First of all, India is eager to live longer and better. I mean, there is no doubt in the first category to address the diseases. Secondly, the ecosystem here with outstanding physicians, outstanding scientists who can collaborate and work together is a second driver of advancing medicine much faster than the pace which we had in the last decade. And the third point, I want to commend India's eagerness for local manufacturing. Ensuring that the progress you make, you can also translate and scale it up in an own area or an own country, so that you're not dependent on supplies from all over the world, but you can take your own destiny in your own hands. So I think these are, to my experience, the three elements, and I want to add one behavioral element to it, and then I conclude, which is you must be willing to take a risk. Risk-taking belongs to advancement of medicine, and the risk is not to be taken just on your own. The risk is to be taken in potential partnerships, in collaborating with each other, in entrepreneurial ways and openness to exchange. That's what I think are the key elements to progress, but mainly I want to conclude it's stopping with a slow system of farm development and change to a fast system to get to the patients. Thank you.
Then I will hand it over to Sharvil. Sharvil, the question to you is, what is your impression? Sorry, I'm looking away because the mic is here. But what is your impression of the life sciences and healthcare landscape in India in terms of innovation? And how do you think India can transform itself to becoming some kind of a global innovation hub? And then I think we would all be very keen to hear from you, as you are one of the first companies to have developed and registered an NCE. So from your experience, it would be great to hear what are the lessons learned.
Thank you. First and foremost, I think it has been a longish journey in terms of, I think, learning about many things in the organization. I think if I want to break it down into a few things for what we also do and what we hope in terms of the evolving sciences, we all started learning good science, which is chemistry, how to do PKPD, how to do ADME studies and all of that. And very soon, we all became good at it, and we were able to screen a lot of compounds, get a lot of products, ideas out. And then the whole development engine that had to be built to manage these kind of programs was the next big challenge for the organization in terms of how do you take a product from discovery to development and a global development, which even became harder. So I think that was the second part of the big learning process in the firm, that moving from discovery to development, and how do you look at all the opportunities and the challenges that you need to move forward with. But I think there are 3-4 things that are very important. As an organization, we did it, and I think if innovation has to grow in India, it's very critical. One is, as Professor Toon said, is risk. Both risk in terms of financial risk, but also risk in terms of what you're going to be able to be successful or not successful in terms of the high risk of burden to prove a new chemical entity or a new biological. So I think today the biggest gap that we see is there is very little risk funding available for innovation or pure discovery. As I always say, the technology sector saw a lot of that investment in terms of new startups getting funded, but the time frame for that was 2 to 3 years. You could see innovation happen in 3 years. You could know a proof of concept in 3 years. Whereas in medicine, it's, if you're lucky, 6 years, but sometimes even longer. So to have that opportunity to have that kind of long investment cycle was something that was missing, and that as companies we have done it, but obviously it's important that we create a system for it. The second is infrastructure. I think infrastructure is very, very critical, both on the discovery side, but also on the development side. And to some extent, after many challenges in India, we became risk averse. So today, unfortunately, to do a clinical trial in India, it takes longer to do one here than it takes to initiate a clinical trial in the West. So I think that became a little bit of a challenge to say, how do you navigate this through and make sure that you have a development program that can run efficiently, both within the country and as a global program outside as well. The other areas that were very important for us is to drop projects more than select projects. Is how do you stop doing work, because you have finite resources and one has to worry about how one will invest behind the programs that you all want to which we want to run and move forward. And finally, it's the whole collaboration that is important, both between academia and industry. You have amazing examples in the West and other places where you have seen great revolutionary technologies, products come out through the innovation that happens in universities and academia, and then gets transferred into a pharmaceutical or a healthcare organization. And I think that kind of cultivation has started here. We have some people on the panel talking about some of the CAR-T opportunities that have been there. So I think it's been all of that, and I think consistent effort, investing behind people, investing behind in pure infrastructure as Zydus today, all the way from screening to molecular identification to ADME studies, PK studies, phase 1 to phase 3 global trials, we do everything in-house. Now, I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it alone, but I think we had to strongly build this capability within the organization, because having built that, we got two advantages. One is with the finite resources that a firm may have, they can do better with it, utilize it better. And the second is time. Everybody is crunched in terms of wanting to do work. And if we have those resources, we can scale up activities. So while running 2 programs in the early 2000s to running 20 discovery programs now, all of that for us has been only possible because we could build all critical infrastructure within the organization and co-create it with partners around the world that we wanted to do. Coming to a specific part of our discovery, you know, we are very proud to be one of the few companies who have NCE that is approved and commercialized in the country. We already have 12 million patients who have been treated with the product. We are the first product to be approved for NASH NAFLD. It's in the guidelines for NAFLD and globally in the world now. And we have large clinical programs running in the US. But what we learned very quickly as an Indian company is that, you know, we look at diabetes, we look at cardiovascular drugs, GI looks so big, so interesting. But when you think about doing global programs on them with outcome studies, these are sort of never-ending programs that can never get done. So very fast as an organization, we learned that we would focus on unmet needs. We would focus on diseases there where there have been no proof of concept or you're sort of first in class. And so today, most of our programs that we run, even SARO in the US is driven for PBC, which is an orphan indication. Our next molecule, ZYL1, is in Parkinson's and ALS, and CAPS, which is again rare and orphan indications. And we believe that to do good, and not only do good science, but to make a difference, is good that if we can pick up these neglected rare orphan disease areas and create an impact, because if we are successful in any one of them, it will be far bigger impact than having the next diabetes molecule into the market from a company of our size and scale.
And I really want to open it out to our panel here, and I think GB is pulling his mic, so he might have a question for you.
So, Sharvil, companies like ours are valued based on earnings, and the more you spend on R&D, the less your profits are. How do you address this dilemma?
So I think it is a very big challenge. I have had a lot of heated discussions with certain communities of analysts to talk about, if you do good, you get rewarded. If you don't do good, you get penalized very badly. I think it's something that will take time. I think examples of success will create an awareness and opportunity for the investing community or the shareholders to feel the need for doing this innovation and change. So I think that's only going to come by results. If few companies are able to show innovation, breakthrough discoveries, and commercial success, not only science, but create commercial success out of it, I think that is going to catalyze a lot of, I would say, interest in R&D. Today, R&D is almost look like an expense, and that's why the first thing that companies unfortunately need to do sometimes is to reduce R&D because of the pressures that they have in terms of performance and market pressures. But it is evolving. I think it is something that as entrepreneurs we have to stick to it, commit to it, and show success. If we do not show success, I think we have to be also to be blamed that we obviously put resources behind something that was not successful. But I am very confident that in India it is something that will get created. We do need an ecosystem for that to happen. Both the government regulations, risk funding, all of that is required. And if all that happens over the next 10 years, we can definitely become a hub for good discovery and science. But as I said, I told one of the analysts that you never valued me for my innovation, but when somebody else gets a $4 billion valuation, you suddenly say, I'm late to market. So where was that innovation then?
So you're absolutely right, Sharvil, to Prasad, that's a balancing act, and how well you balance on that tightrope is always a challenge. And now I'm going to ask Rahul. Rahul, you have the unique challenge like Sharvil and Tone of bringing in a new product, CAR-T in India. And I know the ecosystem which was being discussed previously is going to be extremely important. It's not just the research institutes, but it's going to be the government in terms of IP protection, in terms of providing you public partnership, regulatory hurdles, the financing community that Sharvil talked about, people who are willing to bet for the 10-year life cycle as opposed for the next year. All of these challenges, as you incubate, are going to stare you in your face. So how do you deal with it, Rahul? We'd love to hear.
First of all, thank you so much for the question, and it's really an honor to be here. There are so many questions in one question, so maybe what I will do, I will give you a little story about how was our journey. That will give you a fair idea how we innovated in our country with collaboration and how we built the infrastructure in a government setting, as well as how we translated our academic project to a commercial, now commercial success yet, but that time will tell, but just we commercialized first CAR-T in India. So we started almost 10 years back in IIT Bombay as a faculty member. And one of the biggest challenge was that this CAR-T, that time it was still investigational, but it was expected that it will cost around $500,000 per patient. That means almost 3 to 4 crore rupees per patient in our country. And many of us can't even afford it, that cost, right? So the idea, in fact, the idea came that time that if we own the IP and start till the end, we control the product development. That means we generate the new product. We know how the process works. If we control start to end, that's the only way we can control the price of CAR-T. This was the idea we worked on, and to make this idea really successful, that we control the start to end and control the pricing, that was the idea. And to make it work, we knew that we need collaboration. So IIT Bombay, right from the beginning, started with Tata Memorial Hospital, one of the largest cancer care hospital in our country. We worked together as a partner, and step by step, it in the government setting, as many of you can imagine, it takes a lot of time, lot of funding issues, lot of regulatory issues. But we had our first success after 6 years, when we could see that CAR-T, functional CAR-T are available in the laboratory. And then we founded the company, because as you can imagine, and because many of you are from the pharma, our pharma was not ready for the CAR-T type of work, because our template in pharma success is different, right? So we founded our own company. That was the genesis. As you can imagine, I'm an academician, so it was hard to translate that academic to the industry. We started as a startup program. Then comes the Laurus Lab as a visionary, that they felt that they can invest in this. I would say this is a brave move from Dr. Satya and the Laurus team from Hyderabad, that they invested in the company. And then, yeah, thank you. And that was the start where we make it scaled manufacturing lab, created infrastructure. First in India, we have a large capacity now, one of the world-class lab facility for the CAR-T manufacturing. Is not second to anybody in the world right now. And we are even going bigger. We are making another facility for the cell and gene therapy program in the country, in Mumbai. So now, first in India, CAR-T now is successful after 10 years. Now I think the success is that now many patients in our country can dream of CAR-T-like treatment, which was, I think, few years back was like a science fiction. That 5 crore rupees treatment. Some of you might have heard another gene therapy came, which is costing 24 crore rupees per patient. Now, if India doesn't innovate now, we have to innovate. We have to do product development, right from the product start to the process, and take it to the clinical trial and make it a successful market authorization or make it commercial success. I think that's the only way we can control the pricing and can ensure the access to our patient. Otherwise, it is very, very hard. And I think one of the things we should discuss, it took us almost a decade to bring CAR-T to the market. This should not happen that next product comes in 10 years. Now we should collaborate extensively like Dr. Toon and others who already are having lot of expertise, lot of research, how we can bring many products now to our country and make, because all these patients should have access. If one of the things you all might realize, we have high numbers of patients in our country. This part of the world has higher numbers of patients. But unfortunate thing is we do not have access to technology and access to these expensive curative treatment. And that's the need. Where there is a need, there's no technology available. Where the need is little, technology is there. So I think with these kind of platform, we should think about how to ensure access and fast track these therapies availability.
And there might be someone on the panel who, Alan?
It's a really interesting discussion, this relationship between academia, where there is this vast resource of talent and funding, which is often unfocused. And I think this relationship we have to change, because I think when you talked about the cost of R&D, how do we get universities to be more useful is a really interesting question, something I've been struggling with for 30 years. And that to get the universities away from the idea of saying, I've got this widget, how can you use it, to more, I've got this capabilities, how can we engage together to fast track that more. And I think this is a really important development within universities. We've just partnered with Sanofi, $280 million, to help them design their next generation of mRNAs. And that's bringing that technology from the lab through to the companies in a partnership. This is really important because the other thing we are all facing a shortage of is talent. And talent which has the right skill sets in this revolution we're going to see in biotherapeutics. So I think we need to re-educate also the academics about how does a business work, get them to teach the upskilling courses. So I think that synergy of partnership there is something which India has a real opportunity. I don't think it's as strong as it is now, but together working there, you can actually do amazing things as you've done at IITD.
Yeah. Sure, no, I think it's absolutely important you stress talent and partnership, absolutely. And I'm sure the next speakers are going to talk to it. So I'm going to hand it over to Sanjeev, who heads a major multinational in India. How can the multinationals help in this whole development of the ecosystem, bring partnership from small biotechs in Europe and America into Asia and so on and so forth? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great discussion from the panel. So we are a global pharmaceutical company, and our aspiration is to be pioneers in science. And we really believe fundamentally that the science can't come to people if we don't collaborate. And especially after COVID, we have seen the importance of collaboration with public-private partnership, academia, industry, and all together. And I want to give this example again, that when we were doing this partnership for the vaccine with the Oxford, within 9 months from discovering to bringing the shot to the arms in the people across the world was a big example where the academia, industry, the government across the country have come together to make this happen. And we really feel proud. How did we bring the access to this vaccine to India specifically? So we decided that we want to do technology transfer. Sometimes you can't bring things very fast, but this was a great example how we brought the technology transfer to India SII, and we actually did globally 3 billion doses and saved 6 million lives across. And we really feel proud, not because what we only made, but we made at not profit. So we are really doing an equitable access of our vaccines with 3 billion doses across the world, and couldn't have happened because of the collaboration. So the theme coming here is that if you have to bring innovation to the world and to our country and to our nation, this is very, very important. That's number one. Number two is what we are doing in AstraZeneca here is not only about innovation of bringing science from a drugs perspective. What we're also trying to do is that how do we bring equity in access to screening. So we have announced, AstraZeneca announced in the last 2-3 months, two big things, partnering with the government of Karnataka. How do we bring early lung cancer screening? We see a huge burden of lung cancer in India and across the world, where the cancer is being diagnosed at the 4th stage, which actually cause huge burden for the system. So what we are doing with the government in Karnataka and also with Goa, with Ministry of Health, we have announced that we'll bring AI technology, work with the government, with industry and AI companies to ensure that can we bring a stage shift of diagnosing cancer early. Once we do this, so innovation is not only bringing drugs, but also innovation is to bring the screening early in our country. And I'm really passionate about that. Can we reduce the burden of cancer in my country, which is India? But you can't do it alone. You have to work with the government, with the academia put together. That's very important. Again, part of collaboration. The third thing is the startups. So we announced Sweden India Innovation Hub. We are giving chances to the companies in India who can solve a common problem, and here we are trying to help startups in our country to bring those solutions to table. So the innovation is not only, we believe, is not only drug innovation, but you have to really work across the chain at which component you can work with the partnership. And finally, I think we really feel proud of what we have done for our country. And I want to really say this, that we announced that health and healthy planet and healthy people is important. So we announced 64 million trees to be planted in Meghalaya state, which is 6.4 crore trees. And we are doing a pioneering stuff on sustainability. So we can think of innovation, but if you don't embed sustainability as a key thing of doing it across, it's important. So while we did vaccine for public, but we are also doing for the planet, and this is vaccine plus planet together. 64 million trees in Meghalaya. What does it mean? We are planting trees on a 22,000 hectares of land, and helping employability for 80,000 households in the country. So as a multinational company, we are really committed to bring that science and innovation, but also ensure that we bring that sustainability into our country. So I really feel proud while being a global multinational company, we are doing for India as a whole.
Any questions from the panel?
I'm just wondering, from the discussions I hear, is there not an opportunity for India, which I strongly believe, to get out of the volume, the low end leapfrogging to the super high end of medical and medicine advancement? Like you were saying, do we need to wait 10 years to get the CAR T, just as an example, or any other product which you mentioned? And can India not become, and as to my fellow panel members, a world leading nation, bringing new medicines which are nowhere else in the world? Because there is the technology here, there is the will, entrepreneurship, and all the skills in place. That's a question to my fellow panel members.
No, Tone, it's a great question, and maybe some of the panel members can address it in their final thoughts, because we need to get through the others. And next is my friend GV, who heads up one of the largest companies in India, Dr. Reddy's, and he has the opportunity to transform it from what somebody called volume to value at the high end, and not only doing it himself in Dr. Reddy's, but together with the rest of the ecosystem, which should facilitate this process. Over to you, GV.
First of all, Ajit, it's an honor to be sitting next to you. Paul Janssen was a great inspiration for many of us. Our founder actually started drug discovery after he met Paul, and he was so inspired that he lost complete interest in our generics business and focused completely on drug discovery as a passion. And it became a lifelong calling for him. And I can see other connections between you and me. You're his Paul Janssen's son-in-law. I'm Dr. Reddy's son-in-law. Also, we both were born in the same town. Miraculously, we found this.
He discovered it last night. I discovered it last night. But go ahead, GV.
Yeah. So that aside, I think drug discovery is certainly a very, very exciting, risky, and thrilling proposition for our industry. Having said that, it is also very resource intensive. When we started drug discovery, it was in the mid-90s. We were the first company in India to start. Dr. Reddy, he was a diabetic himself. So he chose the area of metabolic disorders, which already had a very high standard of care. It was a very difficult area to get in, but he went into it bravely. We worked on it for many years. We had great successes. We licensed our products. Some of them went up to phase 2, one went up to phase 3, and then discovered toxicities. And then we had to kind of move away from that in 2010. And we had spent over $150 million in those years in drug discovery. The good thing about that whole effort was that we built an ecosystem of talent. Many of our scientists went to other companies, became part of their discovery efforts, went into services businesses, and helped the services ecosystem develop. After that, we focused on a services business, which also did drug discovery. And I'll come back to that later. And in the interim, we focused on incremental innovation, making existing molecules better. And we actually had 6 NDAs approved and 3 products marketed in the US. Of course, that also didn't succeed a lot because we had challenges in getting reimbursement for incremental innovative drugs. And so we moved away from that also. And finally, we settled down into a model where we do drug discovery, but we also do collaborative drug discovery. We do a bit of services, combine that into an entity. And so we were actually generating money and spending it in building a pipeline. Today we have 19 NCEs in various stages of development and in the clinic, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, across various cancer subcategories. I would say that, we made progress, but there is no certainty to drug discovery. That's the nature of the beast. But the innovative thing that we did in building this pipeline is that we don't spend R&D from the profits. The entity that we have, a subsidiary called Origin Oncology, generates its own funding through collaborations, through partnerships, through services, and invests that money in building the portfolio. Of course, I don't know how long this will last, because I think as we get into phase 3, the dollars will go up. But, we had to do this because the street and our shareholders don't, completely recognize the value of a pipeline. And this is one of the challenges in being a generic company trying to do innovation. Generic companies by nature are valued for the profit, and the price earnings ratio is what determines our, valuation. So pipeline doesn't get a lot of valuation. So these are challenges, and this is how we address that. But coming back to the challenges of doing drug discovery in India, which I want to talk a little bit about. Of course, funding is a major challenge, but not just funding for us, but also funding for 100 immunoags. There are 1,000 entrepreneurs from academia. We don't see that. There are incubators in IITs and other areas, but very, very small at this point. The second one is our public health institutions. There's no equivalent like an NIH investing significant capital in innovation. We have ICMR, but the budgets are not substantial. The ecosystem, when people talked about the ecosystem, there is talent, there are skills, we have good corporate hospitals, and we also have great biotech entrepreneurs in this country. But I think the collaboration is still very suboptimal, especially with the medical profession. There are very few research hospitals. Of course, Tata Memorial is an exception, and there are a few other exceptions. But we need a lot more of research hospitals as part of the ecosystem. And of course, we talked about risk capital. And I also think we can learn from other countries which moved very, very rapidly into innovation. China is a great example. The 1,000 Talents program to relocate the Chinese trained in the West. Yeah. We could do that. We have Indian scientists in every major R&D organization in the world, and something like that could help accelerate our effort. So, and of course, the hospitals also can have their own incubation, acceleration, and entrepreneurship coupled with the research. If we do all this, I think we'll certainly be an important player. I think it's a little too soon to say that we'll be a powerhouse. Mm-hmm. I think we have to first establish the whole thing and then become a powerhouse.
Fully agree for these great points, and I might tell the audience that Charvel and GB are honorary consuls for Belgium, and the ambassador sitting here. And I would like to use, to your point, GB, one example of public-private partnership in where the ambassador comes from in Ghent. There is an institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotech, which is on par with the Dana-Farber in Boston, the Broad Institute, with any institute if you look at in terms of research output. But it has a second wing, which is called the tech transfer wing. And they have their KPIs, or the key performance indicators, is not only your number of papers you publish, but also the number of companies you spin off, getting to your point, JB, and to your point, Charvel, but also the jobs created. And all of this becomes, and then you automatically create the funding system. And then you create the big pharma companies who come and buy up these small companies. So you've got to, as you said correctly, get the ball rolling. And in fact, the nanobodies, which Alan is very familiar with, came out of the University of Brussels and so on. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Alan, to talk about this whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, my compliment to you all, because I visited the Genome Valley and I was incredibly impressed. It is an amazing achievement, and I just think it's just going to get better and better. So my compliments to you all. It's absolutely fantastic. Indulge me for a second as a scientist, because you saw something that Christopher Borner mentioned about the changes were going on. For me, we're in the decade of the cell. We're going to see transitions which are going to like the speed of a train. The Nobel laureate talked about 33 years of doing it. Today, we would probably do that in 7 years. That's the speed. And let me talk about machine learning, which is coming in to allow us to analyze data correctly. Spatial transomics. We're building a whole new series of quantum biomicroscopes, which are allowing us to see the kinetics inside a cell in real time, 10 to the minus 9 seconds. So we're seeing all of how it works. Things which would have blown my mind a couple of years ago. Throw in the mRNA revolution. We made 380 protein equivalents for therapeutics cascade on top of each other, that we have such an amazing opportunity to pick these technologies up and really create this end-to-end therapeutics pipeline. That's what's going to be driving everything. It's really about how do we join the dots up, because they're there. We're trying this actually in Queensland. We're trying to get all the different universities, University of Southern Queensland, QIMR, TRI, trying to get all these research establishments, which is 5,000 researchers, trying to work on that one line, where we can actually pick and do, and say to somebody like a company, well, go here and move here, and along that pipeline, you can end up into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We'll help you along the way, rather than trying to own things, trying to lead them. And it really ties into this big breakthrough, which is going to be towards personalized medicines. We haven't even seen how this started. I mean, human organoids, and I'll come back to where I think there are opportunities for the Genome Valley. I think they're going to be a huge breakthrough. The idea, we've paired with PerkinElmer to make fully robotic systems, so you get a 96 well out of human organoids, where you are making, I can take one of your muscles, I can grow it into a brain organoid from you, and in 3 months it starts to dream. We then can look for schizophrenia and diseases. That's yesterday's technology. What can we do tomorrow? Embedding that into the research. The personalized delivery. We've only just touched that. The accompanying diagnostics, where every drug is accompanied with a diagnostic, so you can say within a few days, is it working, by measuring the cytokines. The cell therapies, I mean, the cost of them now, I'm fairly certain in 10 years it will be nominal cost. We will develop techniques how to reprogram a T cell which do not need you to take it out of the body. This is where we're going. And the question is, how do you join that up? And it's all about what we said before, collaborations. It's collaborations of bringing these different partners in a pipeline. And these boundaries are international. There are no boundaries international. I mean, there is no problem of having somebody developing that bit in Australia. I would recommend Queensland. But doing the manufacturing here. So there's a whole world, and that came from COVID, that we have world problems to solve. So don't think just locally. You think locally about how can I join up the dots globally. And I think as we go down that line and we develop those pathways, IP flow will become easier. The speed will become easier, and we'll also generate all of those innovators and entrepreneurs. And coming back to the point mentioned about how would you make India this not just manufacturing, but the world leading. It's picking up these innovations quickly. It's saying, well, let's build a facility here which has state-of-the-art MRI so the vaccine people can go straight into it with radiotherapeutics. Building a facility in the Genome Valley which has got state-of-the-art human organoids facilities so you could test on them directly. Building capabilities which bridge those holes which slow everything up and then allowing, almost like a conveyor belt, it to move down. And this is the opportunity, is to take up that technology as first. That's the key, yes?
Great point, Alan. It's all about opportunity, not about problems. How do you overcome the problems?
Exactly.
So, now with that, the theme has been very much into data analytics, artificial intelligence, intelligent decision making, all to make it faster and cheaper. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to confine themselves to 1 minute to end up there with their takeaways and their summary. So let's start with the left with Rahul, to Tone, to Shadwell, and then to GV and Sanjeev and Alan.
Yeah. So
1 minute.
Sure. So I think we should collaborate and continue with the innovation. That's the only way to ensure the access in our country and the people in the low resource settings. I think that's the key here. And data analytics and AI will certainly shorten the drug development process, patient monitoring, etc. So I think AI and data will certainly help, and we should continue to collaborate.
Thank you, Rahul. That's very insightful. Over to you, Tom.
I think there is a tremendous amount of science currently available globally. For example, in our company, Miltenyi, we have the FOLR1 inhibitors for ovarian cancer, GDL2 for brain tumors, CD19 for lupus, multiple sclerosis, and so on. Huge unmet medical needs here right now in India. And if we continue to develop, I'm sorry to come back to the same text, at the same pace as the past, it will take forever before we can treat ovarian cancer with claudin inhibitors. We could treat colon cancers. We need to find jointly a way that regulators and industry working together finds a way with the academia to accelerate dramatically the pathway from discovery to the patients. Because all the time we lose, simply those patients are passing away. It's very simple.
Thank you, Tom. Over to you, Sharbel.
So I'll quickly talk on two things that I'm passionate about. One is, I think the way real world evidence data and the use of generative AI has been able to be combined to not only work on repurposing drugs or finding new indications for existing drugs, or in the matter of fact being able to work on new molecules, I think that's going to significantly transform the speed and the success rate that exists in R&D. The second is, I think all the way in the development, you talk about POP-PK, you talk about the pharmacodynamic studies, you talk about clinical work, all AI, all different types of AI and machine learning, as well as these knowledge scripts will help in terms of reducing time. So I think that's going to be a big revolution in terms of what used to take 10 years, 6 years, potentially has the time to be reduced to lesser. I think the next other point, which I think a lot of panelists raised, which I think we as India have no choice but to innovate. The new diseases of the future, the medicines are too expensive. I talk about CAR-T and all of this. I mean, talking about 24 crore rupees is almost a disservice to innovation, because you're not allowing access to these medicines globally, and this is because it's all cartelized by companies, by manufacturers of machines, by manufacturer of reagents, and everything is such a closed system that if somebody wants to make an affordable treatment for CAR-T, indigenous ways or only Indian way of doing it is the only way we'll bring cost of therapy down. So I think for India to innovate is super critical, because we are never going to be able to afford, and not only us, many countries in the world are not going to be able to afford these kind of life-saving medicines, which are preposterously priced. And while innovation has a premium, but I think innovation cannot have a premium that is disproportionate to doing good for society.
Great point, Sharbel. That's from $300,000 to 30,000 rupees. Let's with that slogan. Over to you, Chief.
Yeah, so I think that we are in a golden period for innovation. The advances in science, the advances in technologies, as well as the force multiplier of AI, are going to help us really accelerate innovation. So it's really now or never for this country. We know now that, the pharmaceutical industry is a very strategic part of our healthcare system, and we need to innovate. We can't be bogged down by the limitations. We have to go beyond what we have, collaborate globally, and really jump into the era of innovation. We already mastered the generics game, the ingredients game. We are already there in global leadership as generic companies. So the next horizon for us is innovative medicines, and we should make it happen as, an industry.
Thank you, GB. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you again. I think the key thing here which is coming is the science. How do we bring the purpose of bringing science to patients in India? And it's absolutely clear that what COVID taught us, that collaboration can make this happen. And whichever across boundaries within the country, bringing science to patients will happen from collaboration. That's number one. And number two is it's a great time of digital and tech and data and AI. How do we ensure that we use this collaboration to bring this to India with a clear purpose that we have to help as many patients as possible in India. At the same time, how do we ensure that access to these medications, not only medication, but also early diagnosis, is helping to reduce the burden of the disease in our country?
And amazing answers all the way down the line. And there is an amazing capability already here. I just think there is this opportunity now, and there's a 10-year window. The world politics has given a vacuum, which has put India in the spotlight, to really take an opportunity to uptake some of that innovation. Completely agree. Supersize the science. It's there. Take on board some of this innovation, try and incorporate it by building capabilities, say in the Genome Valley, such that companies can feed off it. And that will just accelerate that pathway. And then actually you start taking leadership rather than following everybody else. And then everybody else benefits, the patients around the world. It is a world business. Bring all that talent and innovation here, and let's see what happens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease, and therefore BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would like to request our chief guest for today, the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, to please come forward and share a few words with all of us.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease. And therefore, BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. You dream to Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So very good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Industries and IT, Sridhar Babu Garu, distinguished members from the dais, distinguished members in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at the 21st edition of BioAsia. It's indeed a premier life sciences and health forum that we've been participating. Dr. Reddy's is extremely proud to be associated with BioAsia over the years. And this year also promises to be quite exciting. In fact, Telangana itself as a state is a premier life sciences hub. All of you would be aware that in terms of the number of pharmaceutical and biotech companies here, it's almost more than 1,000 such companies are in Hyderabad. If you see the vaccine production, for example, 60% of the global production takes place in India, and 35% of the global production of vaccines takes place in Hyderabad. Also, if you see it from the pharmaceutical production point of view, there's a big chunk of production that happens here. 35% of the Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing happens in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is also again home to almost 200 plus FDA inspected facilities. There are several companies here who export generic products and APIs to the US. So it's quite notable. Also, Hyderabad as a city is something which is it's quite a bustling city, especially people from outside must have experienced it so far. Also, it's ranked among the best cities to live and work in. There's a great pool of talent available here in R&D as well as in manufacturing. Also, it's home to great research institutions. If you take, say, for example, CCMB, the Center of Cellular Molecular Biology, or if you take IICT for chemical technology, if you take Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, or if you also look at LV Prasad Eye Institute, these are premier research institutions belonging to both the government as well as the private. Several such institutions Hyderabad is home to. So again, like you said, BioAsia, it's a premier forum. It's also a platform which brings together industry partners, it brings together government officials, it brings together regulators, also healthcare professionals from India, also from globally. There'll be several insightful discussions. There'll be great opportunities for networking, great sessions, knowledge sessions. And the whole theme itself, when we say data and AI, redefining possibilities, the event, I think, clearly explores the transformative potential of data and artificial intelligence in shaping the future of lifestyle, of life sciences industry and the healthcare delivery. So I think it's the best time to connect. It's the best time to network, probably forge collaborations. And I wish you the best, and also please enjoy the sessions for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The convergence of research, regulatory, manufacturing, AI, IT is going to define the healthcare industry. And for that confluence, there is no other city better than Hyderabad to support the drug discovery, manufacturing, regulatory, and also delivery of healthcare. And I wish you all the best for the participants of this BioAsia. And government is supporting this industry, and there is a great ecosystem in Hyderabad. And I'm sure Hyderabad will garner bigger share of the Indian healthcare system with the support from all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mr. Gudlavelleti Sauri, Chief Operating Officer of Sai Life Sciences, as he shares his insights and thoughts with all of us. Sir, can we have you here?
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, delegates, industry colleagues, and friends, it is an honor and privilege for Sai Life Sciences and me to be part of this amazing platform that has been fostering innovation and advancement of life sciences based out of Telangana and Hyderabad over the last 21 years. This event is a microcosm. It's a microcosm of the vibrant life sciences ecosystem in this area that brings together pharma innovators, biotechs, pharma services, research and manufacturing services, generic pharma companies, med tech devices companies, vaccine companies, and various other companies, as well as academic institutes, research laboratories, policy bodies, and incubators, all under one platform to provide healthcare solutions, not just for India, but for around the world. It's actually a privilege to be part of a community like this. One would not have imagined that a small company like ours would be part of manufacturing 10% of the new chemical entities approved by the US FDA over the last 4 years. This is just one of the achievements that this ecosystem has driven, and I'm sure many of our industry partners are part of something much, much bigger. I'm sure that over the next couple of days, we will connect, we will learn many more such interesting things, and we will ideate to further this agenda and to bring much more value to the world. Hyderabad is also the hub of technology, digital technology, to bring digital technologies, automation, and life sciences together to accelerate the pace of creating solutions for health of healthy people as well as patients around the world. I look forward to the engagement over the next couple of days, and I wish you all great BioAsia. Once again, thanks to the organizers, thanks to the state government, and thanks to the sponsors.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I thank Honorable Chief Minister for his gracious presence today after a very long time. I thank Honorable Minister for Industries for his consistent support and guidance throughout. Over the past 21 years, BioAsia has immensely grown from strength to strength. And I have had the privilege of witnessing it firsthand throughout 13 years as its CEO. This edition of BioAsia stands as the biggest event we have ever had in the history, surpassing all previous benchmarks in terms of scale, quality of speakers, registrations, and more. Participation of several global CEOs and established industry leaders in this forum stands testimony to the unparalleled stature of BioAsia today. Special thanks to our esteemed speakers, sponsors, partners, whose contributions have made BioAsia bigger and better every year. Last but not the least, I want to express my deepest congratulations and appreciation to the entire BioAsia team for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and enjoy your time at BioAsia. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today, this is simply amazing. What a beautiful sunset that's happening right in front of me on the sun-kissed shores of the Arabian Sea by the beach of Tanir Bawi. Here we are talking about an event where we are going to focus on inventions, innovations, startups, and ideas. So when we were conceiving this event, I think myself, Vishwas, and the team which is all here, and including this graceful lady who just made the introduction, we all were contemplating where to host the event. We said, let's get out of these mundane activities of running it in an hotel, in an AC hall. Let's bring everybody out, make them stand in front of the sun god, get some vitamin D, and in the meantime also talk about inventions and innovations. And that's the whole idea of coming and launching this entire thing on this beautiful beach, on this beautiful setup, which I don't think coming from Bangalore we would ever get. All we have is some halls, some pubs, and some lakes which are still there, but I don't know for how long. But that's the only atmosphere we might get in Bangalore or any other metro cities. But the whole idea is bring out inventions and innovations out of the places which are having all the potential to come out with and showcase it to the world. Like I think Dr. Sapna had pointed out that the Manthan platform, which is being created by the Government of India, we are collaborating extensively with the PSA's office and to see how inventions and innovations can be brought out of the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities of this country. What does the word of IFIA is all about? IFIA basically stands for the International Federation of Inventors Association. Our job basically around the world is to bring out inventions and innovations to the global audience, to the society. It should impact and it should create value to the society. It could be university inventions, it should be startup innovations, it could be independent innovators, it could be rural innovations, could be anything. But we want those innovations to add value to the society, which should be scalable, which should add more value to the innovation index of the country. So that's the whole purpose of what we do at IFIA. So IFIA as such is part of the World Intellectual Property Organization. And apart from World Intellectual Property Organization, we also have association with about 6 UN bodies. And lastly, I think last October, we have been offered our US headquarters right inside Google. So when an organization like Google is partnering with us, you can imagine the potential growth for the startup and the innovations that is going to come in the days ahead.
So this is what we are trying to do on a global scale, and through the Manthan platform and through the PSA's office, who happens to be a silent player in the background, yet trying to push us, saying that get more and more of innovative ideas from tier 2, tier 3. Like Sapna is like sitting there and getting a call from her her team. Anand, सपना जी को चाहिए कि आप जरा और थोड़ा गांव के तरफ जाके थोड़ा इनोवेशन लेके आओ. अच्छा ठीक है, हो जाएगा. So the PSA's office is again a driving energy for us, which says that please push more and more and get things out so that the world should see what India is delivering. That is more important. We are at a cusp, at a specific point in time where we have as a nation got all the powers to push and take India to the next level. And that's what we want to do as a federation, and that's what we are trying to do through our global body and at IFIA Bharat. That's the whole agenda for us, as to take Indian products to the world, take India to the world in terms of innovation, in terms of product development, and in terms of more technologies which can be used as an intervention to our new product development. That's what we are trying to do through both the at the global level and at the national level. And here, Mangalore, we have an excellent team which is led by Vishwas and other members. So all of us here are also trying to focus on driving all the inventions which should come from the Dakshin Kannada region, and trying to see how more and more rural innovations can be taken and scaled up on a global level. I think this should summarize as to what we are and what we are trying to do. And without wasting further time of all of you, and as such, now with this beautiful sunset coming in, I think there is host of other events which are going to be lined up throughout the evening. I hand it over back to the organizers, and thank you all for hearing me out. Thanks a lot. Good day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello everyone. Firstly, I'd like to draw attention of all the colleges here who have been doing some amazing stuff there. So all the students, if you can just spare some 5 minutes for me, it will be great. The reason why I want the young students to listen to this is the fact that while we do a lot of things building the next generation products in tech and in AI, I also feel that there's a huge space out there for us to actually create social impact, and that's where my presentation is going to be. I'm an accidental entrepreneur where my purpose was to really have an impact at the bottom of the pyramid. So how am I doing it? Today you all know that there's no hunger in the country. Would you all agree that there is no one in India dies of hunger, unlike say Somalia or in any of the African countries? So we see that everyone gets a plate full of food, but still India ranks 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. What does this mean to us? It just means that we are not having a nutritious diet. While what exactly constitutes a nutritious diet? I'm not going to take much time, and I'll just leave with one food for thought and then what we're doing. See, these are some 40 essential nutrients a body needs. While everyone gets to eat the food of their choice, in Mangalore, I think it's fish and other local cuisine. But do you think the food that you're eating, you're getting all of these 40 nutrients? Chances are that, you might not be getting it. The simple fact that, whenever, say, you would have commonly heard of, say, iron deficiency or like calcium deficiency. See, these are deficiencies when you suffer from this, it shows up as some kind of bodily dysfunction, in sense that you'll have brittle bones, you'll have anemia and things like that. And what do? You just go to the doctor. He prescribes a single vitamin or a mineral, and you take that, pop that tablet in, and it's the solution is there. But have you ever come across someone who has had like sodium deficiency or like a potassium deficiency? Magnesium deficiency. Now, these are deficiencies you would have rarely come across, especially magnesium. But these are very, very important for your body. If you don't receive these in good quantities, there are high chances that you won't have the normal growth, especially for smaller children. So what we are trying to do with this company is to build products, especially for the bottom of the pyramid, to ensure that they have nutritious diet and nutritious meals as they're part of their everyday life. And how are we doing it? So typically at the bottom of the pyramid, there are about 240 million children who just depend on what the government gives. But the top of the pyramid, if you look at multi-nutrient supplements that are there, you have all the Ensure, Pediasure, Horlicks, and all of these big brands. But as you go down, do you think a bottom of the pyramid person can afford an Ensure or a Pediasure or even a good quality nutrition supplements? No. The only thing that they have is Horlicks and Boost, which are more like taste enhancers. So what we have tried to do is take the Ensure and Pediasure of the world to the bottom of the pyramid. So these are our products what we have built. It's called Punch Potion Multi-Millet with Milk for Children, Nutrify Plus for school-going children. And these are products which can be given to children, and it just costs just one rupee per serving. 1 rupee per serving. So we are on a mission to make these kind of products available to the masses. And this is what we have done. What we have done in the last 5 years is very simple. So I was not an entrepreneur. In 2018, a group of people who were doing some social work with school children, they approached me and said, look, we're giving breakfast for school children, morning breakfast for school children, and milk is being given by the government. Why don't you help us supplement the milk with some kind of multi-nutrient supplements so that it will enhance the child nutrition? And that's when we started working on it. We developed products like the ones that we saw, very similar to Horlicks and Boost, but much better than Horlicks and Boost in terms of micronutrition. So all the 25, 26 micronutrients in just one serving, we would give them at least 50% of their daily requirement. And this is how we have scaled up. In 2018, we helped the trust address about 1,000 children in 10 schools. And slowly now today, this is a week older. Today we are making these kind of supplements available to 8 million, which is 80 lakh children every single day. And that's the impact that we are creating. And now my next mission, while these products are available through the trust to the most needy children free of cost, my next mission is to make these products available and affordable for the tier 3 and tier 4 markets, so that they become nutritious and we have a nutritious society, and we don't call ourselves or fall in the list of say 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. So I would say one takeaway point here is, please remember that the food that we are eating might be rich in carbs, might be rich in proteins, might be rich in fats, but it's not that you're getting all that nutrition. Say 40 essential nutrients that you need, you might not be getting it. And here is a chance. I'm very happy to chat offline. And that's in brief my story, and I'll keep it short. And if you want to know how we are doing it and where are we manufacturing it, how are we I'm happy to take questions offline. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to be here in Mangalore. Thanks to Vishwas Rao giving me opportunity to be here today. So I will be talking more specifically on artificial intelligence and intellectual property rights. Artificial intelligence as a subject is penetrating all areas of day-to-day life. And there are lots of legal disputes related to usage of AI. So as you know that intellectual property means anything which is created out of human intelligence. Now what if the same intelligence is created by a machine? Okay. So have you ever used ChatGPT and created a content? I think all of us. So who owns that content? Whether machine owns that content or I own the content. If machine owns the content, then how we are going to establish ownership of that particular product? Yeah, next. Can anyone recognize this person? Can anyone recognize this scientist? Anyone from the audience? So he is John McCarthy. He is the first scientist who coined the word artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, by the way, is not a new subject. So first time the term artificial intelligence was used in 1956, and then he actually coined definition of artificial intelligence as a machine which generates intelligence. And yeah, next please. Artificial intelligence is the science of making machines that can think like humans. So what we do in artificial intelligence is that we create very complicated algorithms which start behaving like a human being. So the outcome of artificial intelligence is more or less like the way human thinks. Recently Sophia robot was given citizenship. So that means there might be a possibility of treating a machine like a citizen. So if a machine can invent, then can machine own also? If a machine can own any IP, so tomorrow any disputes happen and there are damages to be paid or there is penalty to be paid, then would a machine be liable to pay or a human being is liable to pay? So if you look at the global market of AI, it's phenomenal. Every industry, every area of science today is AI enabled, and the world is going to face a circumstance wherein the AI market will grow multiple fold, and we are in a stage of history when we are witnessing that AI is going to help us. But at the same time, we need to have right policies, right processes to make sure that this technology does not harm human population, because all over the world we are already witnessing that lots of jobs are getting lost because of AI. And also we cannot ignore that science always had plus and minus about it. Whenever science grew, there were negative things also along with that. And there was a time, but on the other hand, there was a time when computer was invented. People thought that now this is the end of the world. Computer can do everything. So now we are again into the same era. We feel that, with AI, everything will get disrupted. But that might not be the case, because with time things will settle down and we will accept AI as part of life. At the same time, there will be opportunities for everyone to grow further using AI as a base. Intellectual property is creation of human mind, and this creation of human mind can be of different types, different shapes. It could be design of a product. It could be a computer program. It could be a secret recipe like we have in Coca-Cola. It may be a drug formulation. It may be a vaccine. So the generally speaking, IPR is nothing but creation of mind. Creation of mind can take any form. It can take a form of a book. It can be article. It can be a vaccine. And depending upon the kind of intellectual property you have created, we have to figure out how to protect it. If it is design of this mic, then aesthetic look and feel of the product has to be protected. And if it is a vaccine, then maybe the process of making vaccine can be protected. But at the same time, there are many products wherein you can best protect it by maintaining secrecy of it. Your kitchen recipes. Okay, your grandma, same kitchen you use, but taste of your recipe will not be same as your mother cooks or your grandmother cooks, because there is some secret right time of putting the ingredients, right temperature, whether lid should be put or not. So these all are trade secrets. They are maintained very well by keeping them as a secret. Coca-Cola is one of the examples wherein the recipe is best protected by maintaining secrecy of it. When it comes to protection of intellectual property, there are mainly three ways of protecting it. One is you simply register it. Okay, if it is name of your product, we have a lot of startups here. Name of your product, name of your company, name of your business, services, product, it should be registered as a trademark. Trademark is one of the very important kind of IP. People mostly talk about patents as IP, but in my personal opinion, trademark is the most important form of IP, because I have seen people losing their trademarks after 10 years of usage, 12 years of usage. Just imagine that you have been, because you fall in love with your company name or your product name, and after 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, you feel that you don't own that. You lose it to your competitor because it was very similar to some other brand which was much bigger than you, and they had all the ways and means to stop you from using a particular brand name. So brand name has to be taken very seriously right in the beginning. Select your marks very well. Make sure that they don't resemble any existing brand, because as a user of a product, you tend to be inclined towards very generic names. Like if it is a soap, maybe Wash Well will be the name you will opt for, but later on it gets rejected. So registration is one of the ways you can protect your brand name. And second could be, sometimes it's important to protect your IP by having contracts with the third party, to whosoever you are going to disclose it to. At the initial stages of your business, when you have to disclose your invention or the innovation to investor, then contractual relationship between two parties is something that is helpful to protect your IP. And third will be, you can keep it secret. Don't disclose it to anyone. So if you feel that your IP cannot be reverse engineered by anyone, then I think trade secret is a kind of thing you should be looking into. Mainly 4 kind of intellectual properties are important for any business: patent, copyright, trade secret, and trademark. These 4 are important forms of IP. Even though some of the products may come under a regime of trade, the design, but here today I am talking more specifically with respect to your artificial intelligence. Copyright in AI products. If you have not watched this movie, please do watch. It's worth watching. I've watched it once, but I want to see it one more time. It's a very brilliant movie. In fact, everyone in the family, especially your kids, should watch it. So in AI products, algorithm is something which is protected by copyright. Okay, so when the product is ready, algorithm can be registered as copyright. And good thing about copyright is that there is something called as Berne Convention in copyright law. So you register your copyright in any one member state of Berne Convention, and automatically you get protection in all member states. So which means that if you register your copyright in India, you automatically get protection in close to 180 countries, and it's very affordable. It's one-time protection. And you must go for copyright for your algorithms if required. And in copyright, you have classes like literary, artistic, cinematic, graphic, musical classes. So selecting the right class, you can register your copyright in that particular class. Next, please. Trademark, I think I have talked enough about trademark. So take your business names very seriously. Do a trademark search right in the beginning and make sure that your trademark does not resemble any existing trademark. It has to be unique. So mostly in trademark, self-coined terms are very much preferred. Inalsa, then you have Ola, OLX. These are self-coined words. Yulu bikes. So they are registered very easily by trademark office. And I have seen a lot of businesses, rather than focusing on the businesses, they are now handling trademark litigation. So which is not really worth. Then comes trade secret. Trade secret is any secret which you feel is difficult to reverse engineer. You can choose to maintain it as a trade secret. Many companies have been choosing to keep algorithm also as a trade secret. Only one condition is required to be fulfilled to keep a trade secret, that if I take your product in my hands, I should not be able to reverse engineer it. If I can reverse engineer it, it is not a strong trade secret. In order to be a strong trade secret, it should be almost impossible to crack the recipe or crack the algorithm. So if it is difficult to or impossible to reverse engineer, I think it is a trade secret and you can always protect it. And best thing about trade secret is you don't have to hire any attorney like us. So you can just have your own processes, your own policies to protect your trade secret, and life of trade secret is perpetual. As long as your trade secret is a secret, it has value. The moment it is out in the industry, it does not have any value. Now, coming to AI related inventions, there are two aspects of AI products. One is the product itself, AI product itself, like ChatGPT, and second is outcome of that product, which is like the content which ChatGPT is producing. So, when it comes to the product, AI based system or AI based product, then in India we have some parameters wherein we prohibit giving patents on software related inventions till the time there is a technical effect or technical advancement produced by the software product. So if a AI product has some association with the hardware, it becomes very easy to patent it. It's easier to convince patent offices that, okay, I have a software product, but it has hardware components. So together I can register it as a patent. But if it does not have any hardware component, then it is usually challenging to register it as a patent, not only in India, but also in the US these days. Earlier, there was a perception that if not India, US will grant you a patent, but now US also does not grant patents on pure software. And Europe and India, they were always like more or less same as per, because Britishers ruled us for so many years. So Indian laws, they always have impact of European system. So Europe follows India and vice versa, but there is close similarity between laws of Europe and laws of US. So in India, the definition of invention which can get a patent is that it has to be a new product, new process, which has industrial application plus technical advancement. Okay. Yeah. So just to summarize, novelty is required. Next is inventive step, and next is industrial use. So novelty in case of the inventions which are produced by AI is always a big question mark, because if I made ChatGPT to invent for me, then can I ethically be called as owner of that invention or not? Is always a big question mark. And then very interesting to note here is, next slide please. Yeah, in addition to fulfilling these three conditions, we also have to see if the software invention falls under preview of Section 3 of Indian Patent Act, which says that software per se is not patentable till the time it has any technical effect. Novelty in case of AI related inventions. So the journal definition of novelty is that your invention should not be anticipated by any existing prior art. So there should not be any patent, there should not be any paper publication, there should not be any use of that invention in the world. So prior art search is always done globally. So novelty in AI related innovations is difficult to determine, because AI system would have been trained to produce a particular output based on the data that has been fed to a AI system as a input. Now, one of the conditions to get a patent is that invention should look to a person having ordinary skills in the art. That means if I invent a software, my invention should look good to a person who's a software engineer, okay, person with ordinary skills in the art. So that person doesn't need to be a very Nobel Prize winner and all. So if it is a biotechnology invention, then it should look good to a person who comes with biotechnology background. But when you have AI related inventions, then who is this person skilled in the art? Okay, so we are raising standards of persons skilled in the art also as per patent law when you have AI as an inventor on the other hand. Section 3 of Indian Patent Act says that mathematical, business methods, computer programs, algorithms are not patentable if they don't have any technical application. They don't result in any kind of technical advancement. And in India, we have computer-related inventions guidelines, but we don't really have any guidelines for AI. But just 2 days ago on Valentine's Day, US released first round of guidelines for AI-related inventions. Yeah, next please. So the main issues related to AI is subject matter. What should be patented, what should not be patented, has to be clarified. And then second is how do we determine inventive step. But most important issue that comes up is ownership. Who is going to own? If I want to write article and I take help from Chat GPT, okay, give me best places to visit in Bangalore, and one nice write-up comes out, then who owns it? Do I own it or machine owns it? If I want to register that article as a copyright, then in whose name shall application be filed? So at this point of time, I think the legal system is confused, people are confused, and lots of case laws are getting generated to address this. And different courts across the globe, they have given different kind of judgments. But end of the day, the thing is that we need to have a unified kind of system wherein we establish a machine or a human being as innovator or inventor. Now let's understand what the law says. In India, patent has to be filed by true and first inventor. True and first inventor is the person. It has to be living person with 4 limbs, breathing, alive. Okay, so true and first inventor is a person who conceived the idea. So if you conceive the idea, then you become true and first inventor. So if I'm working in an institution, if I'm working in a university, then I invent something. So my name in the patent application will be as an inventor of the patent, inventor of the invention, and I may assign my application to the university, wherein the university becomes the applicant, but my name remains as inventor. So inventor has been given a very high regards in patent system throughout the globe. If my invention gets stolen and I suffer because of that, then patent office is going to address it on my application. But true and first inventor is something which is non-negotiable. I sell my technology transfer happens. You sell your patent from A to B, B to C, C to D, but inventor's name never changes. It remains on the application as inventor. So true and first inventor always gets a patent, and inventor always has to be a human being. It cannot be a machine. Next. This was a very important and very first case when the patent was filed in the name of AI machine, device for autonomous bootstrapping of unified sentience, that is DABUS. This was a machine, AI machine, and this was created by Dr. Stephen Thaler. So Dr. Stephen Thaler filed lots of patent applications, but 2 important inventions this machine made actually. One was for beverage container, and second was flashing light for attracting enhanced attentions. Now these 2 products were invented by the machine, and then Dr. Stephen thought that, okay, I'm not true and first inventor, maybe this machine is true and first inventor. So he filed his application in a US patent office. Next please. So he filed his application in UK, US, Australia and India. So India rejected. First of all, India said that this application failed to pass formal and technical examination because DABUS is not recognized as a person, natural person, as per Section 2 of Indian Patents Act, which is like, I feel it's logical. Next please. Then this application was also rejected by US Patent Office, UK Patent Office, Australian Patent Office also rejected. But then later on, Federal Court of Australia, they accepted this application, saying that DABUS can be inventor. So now machine becomes inventor of the inventions. But later on, there was a bench of 5 judges in Australia. They again rejected the application, saying that machine cannot be owner of any invention, because it's not just filing application, but it also is like tomorrow any litigation happens. Okay, so in that case, whom to blame for and how to proceed with those applications. So now the thing is that expanded 5-judge appeal bench of full federal court reversed the judgment and brought Australia back into line with the position taken by other nations. So as of today, the law across the globe is that machine cannot own any invention. So when this question was asked by DABUS, so he asked that if not machine, then who should own this invention? So there were certain, possibilities proposed by Australian Patent Office itself. So Patent Office said that either the owner of the machine can own it, okay, or the developer of AI software can own it, and the developer who has developed the software code can own it. And if a person who is giving input to the machine to generate a desirable output can also be inventor, but end of the day, you take any combination of it, but end of the day, it has to be natural human being, legal entity, which can own a patent. In Beijing court of China also, it was held that human production or creation is prerequisite for copyright protection, which may exclude AI software as an author. Just 2 days ago, US Patent Office, they released some first guideline in the world has come up. So US Patent Office said that machine cannot own a patent. Patent has to be owned by a human being only after providing. They said that you can refer a AI system to invent something, but final shape of the product has to be given by a human being. And I think with time, patent offices would also ask the inventors to show the prototype if it is like AI related invention. And US Patent Office also said that if it is realistic, invention is realistic and you have put enough efforts, then you don't even need to disclose to patent office that it is generated by AI. If you see beautiful images you can generate using AI, images are so beautiful. You can't really, you don't really feel of having paintings, handmade paintings done, because you really get brilliant. In the movies, you see the AI generated images, they look really very beautiful. And when it comes to copyright, the fundamental rule is that copyright is not granted to idea, but the way idea is expressed. For example, if it is idea is a love story, then the way different directors make love stories is different expression, and all these expressions can get copyright. But when it comes to AI, now you want to search images of Lord Rama, then you can generate any kind of pictures using using AI. But now, do you own it, or who owns those images is always a question mark. But there have been some case laws here again. This was the first case that came up in the US, Anderson versus Stability AI et al. In this company, 3 artists, they sued the company saying that the images which AI system is producing is violating their copyrights, and they should train their system in such a way that it does not violate third parties' IP rights, and the AI should also be trained to take licenses from copyright owners in such a way that their rights are not touched upon. So this was first case when 3 artists, they formed a class to sue multiple generative AI platforms on the basis of the AI using their original work without license to train their AI in their style, allowing users to generate works that may be insufficiently transformative from their existing protected works, and as a result would be unauthorized derivatives of that particular work. In another case, Getty Images is a company. They have images and they give some images are royalty free, but they charge to give images, to sell the images to the users. So Getty Images, they had around 12 million images, at least 12 million images that were copied by different AI systems. But end of the day, AI has to be trained. AI works on the data you feed, and AI has to be trained to ensure that third parties' IP rights are not violated. And if those rights are to be used, then adequate licenses should be taken from the users. Then this was a case of Som Prakash Lekhi versus Union of India. In this, this is one of the good Indian cases. Here, Supreme Court held that since AI does not fulfill various essential conditions like power to sue or get sued, it cannot be considered as juristic person, and law cannot attribute duties to it. Therefore, patents cannot be granted to any AI generated content. And court also said that necessary human intervention and the role is a prerequisite, and therefore in order to obtain a patent for AI generated content or novelty, it would be necessary to have a human force behind it which shall be eligible to obtain a patent. How can you mitigate the risk of violating third parties' IP rights? First is that you have to read through the data privacy policies. you are feeding your AI system with some initial data. You have to protect data privacy laws. Data privacy laws are very strict in Europe, US, and in fact now in India also we have data privacy law now. So you have to comply with data privacy law. Then term of use, privacy policy of individual site has to be read, and licensing option has to be worked in the cases wherever it is required. And there are some well established ways to have IP pool also, wherein licensing becomes very easy. And with time, I feel definitely some organizations will work on it and will have bigger patent pool. Yeah, next please. And AI models, they shall be trained to review the term of service, privacy policies of the sites from where it is taking the data, and users should also be vigilant about what they are using and what they are not using. So just to conclude that AI, ML, they are new subjects. They are very good. I mean, it always has pros and cons. They have made life very easy. But at the same time, lots of people, they are losing the job. There is lots of confusion related to the content that is getting created. So there is a very dark side also of artificial intelligence. And especially with respect to the area of IP, how to protect AI product and outcome of AI, how to assess novelty, inventive step, who is going to own AI related product, and how to prevent violation of third parties' IP. They are going to be very crucial issues. And I think following US, other countries will also devise the guidelines to protect AI related products. And I represent my organization, Origin IP Solutions. We help companies protecting their IP. We provide end-to-end consulting on patents, trademark, copyright, designs, etc. And we also undertake very wide range of legal documentation, policies, contracts, and we help companies commercialize their IP. And we are also into mergers and acquisitions of companies. I think in due course of time, with so many startups in the country, time will come that when lots of mergers and acquisitions are destined to happen in the country. If there are any questions from the audience, maybe one or two questions can be taken up. And if you have any inputs to add, don't hesitate.
Hello. Ma'am, if I'm setting up, let's say, 10 data points on which an AI is going to build a model or a solution, or it could be any product. So the initial data points or the initial set of ideas or rules were set by me, right? So wouldn't AI can also be just looked at a assistant or let's say a team of people of your own? Because isn't AI just reducing the manual labor also in some industries? Let's say we were talking about, biochemistry or pharmaceutical. Let's say we want to do 10 iterations to come to make a chemical. But if I can bring in mechanical and electronics and AI combined together to make iterations of chemicals and have 100 machines doing it at the same time, wouldn't all of that also say that I'm actually contributing like 95% and just the AI is only using,
Yeah.
At that point, what would they say? I mean, what would
the important keyword here is human intervention.
Yeah.
Right from the conception of patent law, the word has been used as human intervention. So if you can justify that there is human intervention and the outcome is executable.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present a presentation about St. Joseph Engineering College. The part which I will be presenting is mostly about the history of the college. It was established in the year 2002 and it has been an interesting journey for us. Right from the beginning, our vision has been service and excellence, and towards that goal, we have been trying hard to make sure that we bring out engineers who are dedicated to give the best of service with excellence. So this is the vision, and the mission statements are also there. The vision is to be a global premier institution of education and research, and I think it's not much different from the vision that many institutions have, but it's the journey that we have lived and what we have achieved so far that speaks for itself. Well, as I said, the inception was in 2002, and this was the dream child of the Bishop of Mangalore, then Most Reverend, Aloysius Paul D'Souza. The current bishop is the president of the college, and from 2002, we were mostly focusing on teaching and trying to establish ourselves as a teaching institution. But that is the main thing, that when you talk about setting up an undergraduate college, that is important to make sure that your teaching is effective to the undergraduate students. But as we progress, we started looking at other important aspects of engineering education. So, infrastructure development was one of the main themes in the early years, and we quickly built up the campus. And with the growth came new programs. We started with some master's programs, PG programs, MBA, MCA, and also doctoral programs, PhD programs were started on campus. By the time we were 10 years into the business, by 2012, we had already PhD programs on campus. So early years, some of the programs that we started are all shown here. And in the year 2011, we started aspiring to get accredited by NBA, National Board of Accreditation, because accreditation being one of the important things. When you have accredited degree, then doors open for you across the world. So that was one of the important things. And then we were also looking into trying to be an autonomous institution. So we started working towards that. And in the subsequent years, we had the first cycle of NBA accreditation. We also started many more PhD programs on campus. And one of the collaborations that helped us was collaboration with Universal Collaboration on Engineering Education, wherein we were able to certify all our faculty with international certifications on engineering education. And that's one of the reasons why we are now looked upon as a college of great teaching, great teachers, and it's a sought out college for admissions in the city. And some of the infrastructure that we have built up, we have amphitheater on campus, we have hostels, and we have academic blocks, sports facilities, and everything is built around the greenery that is there. We have tried to retain as much greenery as possible, and we are trying to grow more trees, in fact. So it's a campus which is really green and clean, and a really delightful place for our students to study and prosper. Our admissions have been growing very steadily. We started with 240 as the intake, and now we have almost 780 is the intake right now for undergraduate, and 240 is the intake for the PG courses. And one of the other things happening is that placements on campus have been very good, especially in the recent years. We have been able to place most of our students, and that is something which we are really proud of, especially in the core sector where placements are otherwise not so easy. We have been having a lot of success. And the number of companies visiting the campus for placements also has been growing steadily. Another thing that we are now focusing on is trying to go towards a deemed university status, and for that we are now focusing on research. We want our teachers to be good at research, and so a lot of progress has done so far, already happened, but we are trying to go more deeply into that. Next. So this is our profile in IRINS, that is the Indian Research Information Network System, and it shows for itself that we are our faculty are publishing good papers, and we are trying to make the mark in the research field. This is the number of Scopus publications by our faculty, growing steadily year by year. Now, one of the things is that all this has been started showing itself, the impact is there. We were able to get our programs accredited in the second cycle in 2019, and now already we are into the third cycle. In 2022, we were able to do that. And one of the things is that we were able to get autonomy through the UGC autonomy scheme in the year 2020. Now, so St. Joseph has become an autonomous college under VTU, and we are free to have our own curriculum as well as conduct the examinations on campus. And the benefits which come with autonomy also is to be more proactive in reaching out to the industry, to the local needs, the local problems, and to the community. And so that is what we are now trying to do. In the year 2021, we also got the college accredited by NAC and A+ grade, which was a great achievement in the very first cycle itself to get A+ grade. So now the college has A+ grade NAC accreditation plus MBA for almost all the programs on campus. Another thing that we were able to achieve was in 2021, we got the AICT Idea Labs. Just 49 colleges in the whole of the country were given this grant, 1.1 crores to build skilling facilities for our students to make them hands-on and more skilled with the modern day skills as such. So this was one of the great things that we achieved. Some of the recent courses that we have introduced on campus are all emerging technologies like AML, computer science with data science, and computer science with business systems. These are some of the new founded programs. Also, we have a very niche program, MBA in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development, with a small intake of 30. And the explicit aim of students who take up this program is within 2 years to launch their own startup. And we are mentoring students towards that goal. The other thing that we have tried on campus is to promote entrepreneurship, and so we have a very structured program to do that. These are some of the programs done with the mentoring of very reputed people who come in to guide our students and help them in understanding how entrepreneurship works and how they can be part of it as such. Some of the student achievements, just wanted to highlight a few of them, recent ones. This student who attended the Republic Day Parade in 2023 got the gold medal for shipbuilding, which is a very, for the first time that it was got for the Directorate of Karnataka and Goa, the Admiral Nanda Trophy it is called. So it was a proud moment for us. And our students have been doing very well in hackathons. This is the Muller Medithon where they got the 3rd place and a cash prize. And this was another hackathon where they did well. The Automation and Robotics Clubs of the college, Healthcare Innovation Hackathon, organized by NITI University. So the Idea Labs and the facilities that we have, our incubation center, we have main funding from the government of Karnataka, New Asian Incubation Network. This is helping us to set up the incubation facilities for startups, and these are some of the areas in which we are trying to focus currently. And in the way ahead is that we are trying to work towards NRF ranking, and the explicit aim there is to try and become a deemed university. So focus is on research and also in the long run to go in for a BET accreditation. So what is it that we are here for in Emerge? Why are we associated with Emerge? One of the reasons is that we are looking for engineers, managers, technocrats to help us with our entrepreneurship and incubation efforts on campus. We would like to have people of experience to come in as adjunct faculty or professor of practice or guest lecturers. Also to support anyone who wants to start a startup in our incubation facilities. This is what we are looking for. So we will keep in touch with the participants here, and we will try to see in what way we can be part of the great dream of making Mangaluru a place for a hub for ideas, innovations, and business ventures. So a few glimpses of life at the college, St. Joseph Engineering College, SJC as we call it. We would like to thank some of the people associated with us here at the Emerge, Mr. Anand Kanan, Mr. Vishwas U.S. Rao, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Kartik Attawar, Mr. Madhukar SM, Dr. Madhukar SM, and Mr. Abhishek Bhandari. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Glenson Tony, the training officer at St. Joseph Engineering College. Aspirations in education. It is important that we match the aspiration both of the nation and of the students. And at SJC, we believe in mentoring students to be industry leaders. And we've been, it's been years of hard work and to build this ecosystem that drives innovation on campus. SJC has been one of the first institution in India to have the National Innovation and Startup Policy in place to support the student and faculty to actually go towards entrepreneurship. And we have seen the results of it. The magnanimous number of student startups and staff having their startups on the campus is the true testament to the implementation of the National Innovation and Student Policy. When we look at student startups, at the beginning, it's very important that they are mentored. They are mentored both on technology and on legal aspects. And that is exactly why we built and we have the state-of-the-art incubation center on campus that looks at building sustainable startups. So we provide students with space and mentorship both on technical and legal aspects. And the discussion on the fact that students lack skills that is required for the industry. The argument of academics versus industry requirement is always here to stay. In order to beat that, in order to ensure that our students are actually skilled, in order to ensure that our students indeed have experiential learning, with the support of Ministry of Education and AICTE, we built the unique Idea Lab on campus. You have an idea, walk up to us and walk away with the product is what we say. And over the last 2 years that Idea Lab has been functioning in the college, we have seen a huge transformation happening with our engineering students in the year 1 walking out with products that they dreamt of while they joined for engineering. And indeed, InnoVenture is a year-long process where our students are mentored right from ideation to product development to release of the product in the market. The selected set of students go through this entire cycle to experience in real time as what it takes to actually turn an idea into product. And SJEC has always believed that student clubs has an impeccable effect on the innovation journey. And we house 11 in-house clubs on campus. A few to mention. The SJEC racing clubs are always on the lead. We boast of our SJEC racing clubs designing, developing and manufacturing all-terrain vehicles, e-vehicles and such mobility vehicles on campus, participating in reputed national level championships and making it to the top. We've also seen Terror Bull, bunch of combat robotic enthusiasts who built the small club, which went on to make its name amongst the top 5 combat robot champions in the country. Their speciality lies not just in combat robot. They have come up with products that has actually made an impact to society. The inspection robot that they built for line inspection post the Kerala floods, the inspection robot that they built for AC duct and cleaning are something that I have to mention at this point. Also, we have the Automation and Robotics Club, which takes immense pride in presenting their automatic wheelchair for disabled, which happened to be in the grand finale of Smart India Hackathon in the last edition and was also incubated by Faraj. To drive the IT sector, we also have the reputed Google student